That's And good morning and welcome back to day 3 of the TFC Business Show live at Franchising and Licensing Asia 2025, brought to you by the Financial Coconut Network. Before we jump into today's shows, we want to do a huge thank you shout out to our amazing sponsors. First, we have PTix, our global event discovery and ticketing partner. And we have Commune for our beautiful furniture that has made our stage warm and inviting. We have Fraction Design Studio, the creative team, who made this modular and sustainable stage build over here. And thank you for City Music for providing all our professional sound equipment, from the microphones to the mixers and all the other equipments for recording. And of course, Aperture for the brilliant lighting that you are seeing on stage and on set right now. And we have Ginho with their Sacha Inchi tea and superfood all the way from Sarawak. And Smiley, our corporate gifting partner, for the tote bags and notebook at our booth. Now, kicking off day 3 at 11 a.m. in the morning, we have our first panel. We have talked about Singaporeans merchandising their IP character. Hosting the panels, we would have Dawn, better known as our SG budget babe, and Judson, one of our co-hosts from the TFC Business Show. And on the guest today, we have Chanel, the founder of Tasty Toasty, and Shijia, the founder of our beloved 𝐒𝐤𝐞𝐿 girl. They'll be sharing how Singaporeans are turning their intellectual property and their characters into beloved brands, products, and of course, a business model. And don't forget, we are live over here at Marina Bay Sands Expo and Convention Center, booth AD37. If you happen to be around the area or if you are in the area, come join us live, not just on YouTube, and over here at Franchise and Licensing Asia 2025. Catch you guys at 11 a.m.
Welcome back to day 3 of the TFC Business Show live at FL Asia 2025. My name is Dawn and I'm your co-host for today's panel where we're going to be talking about a really interesting topic with some characters that you might or might not recognize. And joining me on today's panel is my co-host.
Hi, my name is Judson, the occasional co-host on the business show, and doing duty today and helping Dawn understand the world of merchandising and IP characters.
So on this panel, we have two characters that you might recognize. The first is 𝐤𝐤𝐿 and also Tasty Toasties, but we'll let them introduce themselves to you.
Hello, I'm Shijia. I'm the founder of 𝐤𝐤𝐿𝐿.
Hello, hi, I'm Chanel. I'm the creator of Tasty Toasties.
So for those of you who are not aware, 𝐤𝐤𝐿𝐿 is a very iconic Singapore character, and you might have seen it in a lot of the SG60 stuff that have been going around. For me, I actually volunteered to host this panel because my kid recognizes 𝐤𝐤𝐿𝐿, and we've been seeing it at places like Changi, Esplanade, and basically around Singapore. Tasty Toasties, some of you might also know, especially if you were from the crypto world a couple of years ago, because Chanel, you guys started as an NFT.
Yeah.
Right? Tell us about your story, because yours is like a new age kind of journey.
Yeah.
Can you share with our audience what was the story of Tasty Toasties and how did that come up to be?
Sure, I think it was like 4 years ago that I started launching it as an NFT project, and the idea back then was always also to create the physical character merchandise, just that I learned about NFTs, then I was like thinking to myself, that's a very interesting way to test whether or not people resonate with the artwork before I make physical products. So it's now been 4 years since that journey, and we have evolved into a full range of character-based merchandise.
So what did the NFT collection launch? Because that was the first fundraising, right? And many people use that to go on and build their businesses and do other stuff.
Yeah.
How did that first round of funds help you and your business?
Actually, I think the biggest takeaway from that was the confidence that I could start my own business, because I have never done anything like that before. Yeah, and I didn't make that much, because some NFT projects, they made a lot because they had millions of resales. Mine, I just sold the complete collection, and then there was no further, there were very few further sales beyond that. So, and then I left my money in crypto, so like I lost quite a bit of the revenue that came from the NFT sale actually. So most of the business today has been rebuilt using just normal,
In fact,
using just a portion of it.
I think the character over there is one of the first 5 characters, is it?
Yes, so
It's
this is the main character, Burnt, and the first 5 characters, they are just like with no clothes. So the clothes is the food.
Well, why burnt bread? Why bread itself?
Why toasty?
Yeah.
Makes you feel warm and toasty.
Oh.
Yeah, just like the word toasty. I think it's a cute word. Yeah.
Well, I also read that when you first launched these characters on NFT, it didn't really track that well, and then you tried a second time. Then it started to go viral, or people started to buy.
Yeah.
What was the difference between the first time and the second time?
I think the timing, because crypto and NFTs were very speculative, so just a short few, like I can't remember exactly, 2 or 3 months between the different launch times made a big difference. And also I think we lowered the entry price because it was fluctuating a lot due to it being pegged to USD, like because it was being sold in Ethereum. So honestly, it was mainly market timing, just that because like when the first launch, right, that week, the prices were just like this. So people were not in the mood to buy like NFTs. And then the following time that I relaunched, the market was like that. So just the small difference made a big change. The other thing was also, I think in between the 2 launch periods, I had gone to the US a couple of times. So there were more people in the US who knew about Toasty at that time. So it helped because the Singapore market, when I launched, was not very into NFTs yet. I think only a few months after my project sold out, then many bigger Singaporean projects came out, and by then I cannot compete with those big companies. Yeah.
So has it always been a lifelong kind of passion or a dream to actually create characters out of your mind? You must have imagined characters. And then it just happened that NFT gave you this channel to launch it into the world. Like, since when did you start to conceptualize Tasty Toasties?
Actually, it was my lifelong dream to start a business called Toasty, but not the characters. Because I like the word toasty, and I thought that I would want to sell bed sheets. Cause like you feel warm and toasty in bed sheets. Yeah, like I feel comfortable, like I feel safe at home. So that was the brand origin. But selling bed sheets in Singapore, honestly, not
It's tough.
very difficult. Yeah,
I
it's
think
like so
it's
warm.
easier to do the characters.
Yeah, I like to wear like big oversized things, sweaters, feel warm and toasty, but it's so hot. It's like the wrong country for this. So it was actually like learning about NFTs that gave me the inspiration to be like, oh, okay, let me just turn it into characters, because it was like character driven, and then it kind of just keep growing from that.
Right.
Yeah.
So 𝐻𝐻𝐿, was your origin? I don't think your origin was the same as Chanel's one, right? Is it to provide comfort, or is it to convert Singapore heritage into something that can be popularized around the world?
Yes, when I started this in 2012, I wanted to create a unique Singapore icon actually. Because before that, I was using like Singapore elements like red, white, stars to make accessories like earrings, necklaces. So after a while, I thought, there's a market for actually Singapore-based designs and culture. So I wanted to do something that's more sustainable and has longevity. So I thought a character brand would do the trick. So I thought, what kind of things do Singaporeans like? We like shopping, we like eating. So that's where the food comes in. So in terms of what kind of food do we look at, I chose 𝐼𝐸𝐞𝐸, because 𝐼𝐸𝐸𝐸, in Chinese culture it means red tortoise cake, right? So red means good luck, and tortoise means longevity. So I thought that would be a very good cake to represent Singapore, because after all, we want to say life is sweet. That's my tagline. So life is sweet after we, especially after we overcome bitter moments. So I wanted to create a Singapore brand that has based on Singapore food, and to make it into a Singapore icon, but it has a philosophy that is about Singapore's heritage as well, our spirit of overcoming difficulties to have a sweet life, so to speak.
And Shijia, I think you are like the OG in this space. So honestly, a lot of people, including the students who are activating at FL Asia this year, would look up to you, because you started over a decade ago and you've successfully brought 𝐼𝐸𝐞𝐸 to so many different places. Partnerships with government agencies, stat boards, tourism boards. Tell us a bit more. How did you go from just a character? Because I read an interview you gave almost 10 years ago. And at that point, you said like licensing was not yet on your mind, but later on, and now you're like the OG in licensing. So how did that journey look like for you?
So when I first started, I actually made products first. So for me, it's a bit different from what Chanel has done. I started with products because I wanted to make my own products for sale. Because that time, when I started, nobody knows who 𝐼𝐸𝐞𝐸 is, right? So when we got our, so we go to markets, we try to tell people who 𝐼𝐸𝐞𝐸 is, what she represents. So after a while, I was also thinking, because we're selling things over in different departmental stores, attractions, landmarks and all that, the gift shops basically. So after a while, I was also thinking, because we constantly have to put in new products, there's always pilferage, leakage, things are spoiled. And I spend a lot of time, instead of creating, I'm spending a lot of time on the logistics. So after a while, I think that's not efficient use of time in my opinion. And because when I quitted my job to do this, I wanted to do the creation to bring the make it a Singapore icon basically. So after a while, we stopped making merchandise. And coincidentally at that time, WhatsApp allowed us to upload our own stickers. So we created our own app, our official sticker app, and we have 𝐼𝐸𝐞𝐸𝐸 seeing different lingo like alamak, this kind of lingo that people can recognize and they use in their daily conversations. So we have our stickers, and the stickers went viral. So from the merchandise physical part, we went to a digital realm. So, and that's where people know about 𝐼𝐸𝐞𝐸𝐸. And because they know about us, it was actually easier for us to get licensing business. Because when people know about us, the corporates actually approach us on their own to do projects with us. So I would say the branding part makes a difference for my brand, for my 𝐼𝐸𝐞𝐸𝐸. Because instead of going to people knock on doors in a tedious fashion, we create a brand that people know, and that's when the corporates come and look for us to collaborate together.
Right. And I guess one question would be, when you move into this licensing space, how do you know how much to charge, especially as they were coming to you? So the clients, on the other hand, would know the market and the supply-demand economics, but you being new, especially since that happened quite some time ago, there aren't as many Singaporean IP characters to reference and ask advice from.
Yes.
How do you figure out that whole business model and where or how high, how low, how do you negotiate?
Yes. Actually, when I came into this licensing business or even the creating business, right, I know nothing. It was really ground zero for me because I came from an investment background where I know nothing about the whole business at all. So I just come in with a passion. I want to do something, make a Singapore icon. So how do I charge, right? I would basically say it's a trial and error. Because I know nothing, so I just charge a price that I thought I was willing to put in the effort, even if the client comes back with many changes. It's a price that I'll be willing to accept and to work on the project. Because after a while, when you accept a project, you want to do the best you can. Even if the client is difficult, you still want to give your best and do a good job. So I would say it's a trial and error process. And when we give a quote, we give what we think we are happy with. Of course, there are people who, as we go along, we can then increase the price. And when you increase the price, you will know also to a certain point when, if a lot of people approach you, but they don't eventually do a project with you, you know that you're rich. Maybe the market is around there. That's when you get the gauge. So as I go along, I adapt. So sometimes I may do this and that, increase or decrease, but it'll be all around the same range. But I want to say also that because there are projects that are close to my heart. Like for example, when the Team Singapore Women's Softball approached me to do a design for them for their fundraising, because you know these girls who play softball for our national team, they are all either working or studying, so they are not full-time professionals in playing softball. So when they approached me to design 𝐤𝐞𝐤𝐿 playing softball for them, they wanted to pay me, which I said okay, it's okay, I will do it for you, FOC, because I also want to support our national athletes in their dream to make Singapore proud on the global scene. You see. So when you say we charge, there's of course when we approach corporates, people who can pay, I assume, we will charge them. But for people who we want to support for a noble cause, it will still be FOC.
One common challenge that many starting designers or art students face is that they get approached by clients who ask them to do for free.
Yes.
And they say it's for exposure.
Yeah.
So because you're already an established brand, then that exposure is not as necessary. But for a student who is still starting out or a starting designer trying to build that visibility, what would your advice be to them when they get asked with this kind of collaboration?
It's a very real question. It's something I think all of us artists, the creative field, have experienced this. So my point of view is that it shouldn't be free. Even if you want to charge a low price, there should still be a price. So it cannot be absolute zero. It must be something that is still reasonable. You're still paid, although you're not well paid, you're still paid something. Yeah, yes. So for exposure, yes, to a certain extent, if you are young and you're starting out, yes, I think you can afford to do a couple of projects in that way, but don't make it a habit, basically.
You're the second business owner in this past week who told me that do not ever do things for free. You should actually charge $1 even if you have to.
Yes.
Because it's a psychological thing that if you charge, then there's a certain value to it, even though the value is low, but it tells the client that you are worth something rather than you are free.
Yes. Unless it's a cause that you believe in, basically. Yeah, yes. Like for World Vision, I also helped them before, so it's making a set of comics for it. Because they're helping children in Mongolia to raise funds for food and shelter and all that. So things that I believe in, I still would do a cause.
So unless you frame it as like a CSR thing,
yes,
but everything else is then commercially driven, that's a value.
Yeah, I want to talk about design because both of you represent two separate routes and both of you come from two different periods in time. One is pre-NFT, one is NFT. And 𝐤𝐤𝐤𝐿 is very Singaporean, whereas TFC is quite international, right? And in design, it's not something whereby you draw this, and then you put the eyes there, and then it resonates one. So maybe I will start with Chanel first. Right? When you design, what principles guide you in creating characters that can make a kid want to hug? Because there is a subtle difference on.
Okay, so for Toasty, the huggability is because it's very, like, honestly, my biggest cushions, they're all very squishy and the material is very soft, so it's very tactile. And many times when I hear like people walk past my pop-up booth or I hear customers talk about it, they pick it out and they're like, oh, so soft. So that's where I know I've got the right formula down, because the inspiration was warm and toasty, right? So I actually went, before I made the first plushie, I went and looked at a lot of bread plushes in the market, and I felt they were all very thin. Then I was thinking, the best bread is fat. It has to be the fattest plush there can possibly be. But just now what Shijia said about logistics and dealing with all the operations, then I realized why people don't make big fat plushies. It's because of the shipping weight. Like small little details like that, but I was willing to compromise on the cost and make like the biggest plush. Even at the beginning when I didn't have the much financing for the inventory, I was like, no, it has to be like big and fat. That's where it will like hook people in. So my first series of the big cushions, they like when people saw the price tag, they were like, oh. But then when they touched it, they were like, oh. So I think that makes a big difference. And to what you said about it being international, that was one of the considerations when I started doing Toasty. I decided that if I ever had an opportunity to bring this to other markets, like, I love Singaporean food, like, and toast as kaya toast, but in every other culture there's a variant of toast or bread, and people know what bread is. So there was another like double potential that I saw with the Toasty. And one final thing is, I think some designs, they have like they embed certain elements on the whole face, but it was a conscious decision to purposely leave like this entire belly empty, so then I can put different things on it. Yeah. So the proportion is like 1/3 and then 2/3 space left for other things in the future.
So your proposition is very tactile.
As a character, I think the fun jump from digital to physical is how do you interact with something, right? So I think the tactile experience is very important for plush products, and I think we'll see a lot of character brands at the end of the day. They do have a core plush skill, because that's how you bring it to life. It's like 3D. It's not just like a 2D printout. And then I think that emotional attachment you have to a plush toy as a child is very strong, actually. Like, I remember all my plush toys when I was a kid, so I hope that in like 10-20 years time, people will have their very old dirty plush toasties as their cho and they'll remember the happy, warm and toasty feelings they had since they were young. Yeah.
I mean, I have to say, when I record on TFC, especially at in our old office in downtown, right? We had the Toasties cushion over there.
Oh, yeah.
And it was always my choice. If you look at the earlier episode, I either had it on top of me or behind me.
Yeah.
That was like my go-to cushion.
Yeah, that was the first one. Yeah, so the first one was extra stretchy and extra plush.
And it's very, like, when you press down, it's just...
Yeah, it will go in, right? Because I was like, yeah, the bread must be like fat, then we touch it, go in. Because when you bite bread, it goes like that, right?
Yeah.
What about Shijia, because this is a very local look.
Yes.
When you think about internationalization,
Yes.
how do you modify? When you design, and because you have your own universe, and by the way, my favorite characters are the Gem Babies.
Oh, thank you.
Because just as a side story, right, my favorite Japanese brand is 𝐒𝐞𝐿. So I like babies, in general. Then the Gem Babies is like a local version, and not to say they're like 𝐒𝐞𝐿, but in the same league, that kind.
Yes.
So when you design your entire universe of characters, right, with a Singaporean root, how then do you design for internationalization? What was the thought process?
Okay, firstly, I wanted to create a Singapore brand. So you have to start from a Singapore basis. That's where the cake comes in, right? So I hope that when people come to Singapore, tourists come to Singapore, they must buy an 𝐼𝐸𝐞𝐚𝐿 bag with them, or any of their friends are the Gem Babies, for example. So that being said, right, because even though her outlook is Singaporean or Singapore inspired, because she is a sweet kueh. I think life is sweet as our tagline is something that can resonate with everyone. Because life is sweet when you overcome bitter moments. That must be something about resilience, about perseverance, that I hope is a universal value that everyone can recognize and identify with. So in terms of, it's not just, for me, it's not just visual or element. It's really what you feel inside, your mental, your spiritual, the values that you feel for the girl, and you can identify with what she thinks. But here, actually, all of our products, our plushies, right, have a card So inside we says, we hope that people will keep her beside you to as a nudge to remind you that you can experience life's joys when you overcome its toughest moments. So I think that's the philosophy that we want to do, that we hope can go universal and reach the global market.
I want to ask, right, because I read that aside from 𝐤𝐸𝐞𝐿, Gem Babies, you have other characters as well. 𝐵𝐸𝐸𝐿 and Kueh also have like some childhood sweetheart love story ongoing, which is quite cute. But to most people, they recognize 𝐤𝐸𝐸𝐿, at least for me and my kids.
Yes.
How do you feel as like the mother of the other characters that they're not getting as much of the limelight? And is there a way you have to, like, what is your plan to try and bring them up? Or is it all along you want like one main lead to bring the rest of the family through?
Yes. It was always intentional that we have one main character. So the rest are friends. I mean, it's not that they are sidekicks, but there must be a main person in every story. And if you identify with her, then maybe you would, if you don't identify with her, for example, you may like some of her other friends. But at the end of the day, the story still falls back to her because she's the spirit of the whole universe there. Yeah.
And because each of your character has its own story,
Yes.
I'm assuming that the story actually protects your IP.
Yes.
Because anybody can create a pirated version of it, but the story, because it's rooted in with you and with the character, therefore you want to copy, also cannot copy lah. But actually with Chanel, it's a bit different because the overall look and feel of a plushie, even though your proposition might be tactile, is very huggable, right? When we look at the international landscape, let's say 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐿, for example, there are similarities and they are going crazy with all the experience pop-up stores and everything, right? So when it comes to internationalization, I know just now you mentioned about creating different bread versions for different countries, right? Are you able to share a little bit of when you think about internationalization and going deep into new markets, emerging markets for your business, how do you intend to compete with the giants like 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐿?
Right. So I think I might have misunderstood your earlier question because it's not just about the plush. Actually, for the toasties, there's 5 different variants and different personalities, so they each reflect a different mood. And for regarding internationalization, there is also that storytelling element. Like we recently started doing animated content this year, and we just opened our USA-based TikTok account 4 weeks ago, and because we started doing animated content twice a day, since March, so when we started 4 weeks ago, we were able to post them twice a day, and in just 4 weeks, this morning I think. Okay, before I came here, it was 89,700 followers. So my team and I were just like, okay, I hope we can reach 100K this weekend. Like it went viral, I think, in like week 2. So I'm quite happy, and we are adjusting our content as we go along now, based on what are resonating with the American audience. And I'm just very happy to see this because I've been posting content for the last 4 years from Singapore, and for some reason I haven't been able to get that reach that I'm starting to experience the last 4 weeks, so I'm very happy about that.
Yeah. Because something changed with the TikTok algorithm recently. People who have been SMEs who have been posting for the longest time, suddenly they one day just woke up and then that specific post became viral.
Oh.
And and then I'm on LinkedIn. I don't really do TikTok one, so I experiment with LinkedIn algorithm, but I don't know, do you have any observations thus far on what would be the what would be the ingredients in a post that will make a TikTok post go viral?
Actually, it's the same content that I have done, but I've been posting from my Singapore account. My 2 guesses were, my hunch was that my phone is from Singapore, then maybe they see you're from Singapore, they don't immediately push out, or the account is very old, or commercial shop account or something like that. Because for the US one, we bought a new phone and someone is posting from within the US, so maybe that is making a bit of a difference. And I think also the cadence of how much we are posting, because we already built up our content bank for a few months. So now we have enough to just, when we started new account, we just immediately 2 times a day. Maybe that sends a good signal to the TikTok gods. I don't know. I mean, we can't, at this rate we are going, we might not be able to keep up twice a day anymore. We might be finishing our 5-month bank, but But from here, at least we have so much feedback now, like which characters people really like. Because previously I had feedback from within Singapore, and also tourists who are shopping in Singapore, but I've never really gotten a chance to tell the toasty stories. I always have to tell them, read the story in the hang tag, but like, no one necessarily opens the hang tag to read. But now we color code the toasties based on like the burnt one, the background is pink. Then the milk one, she's very shy, she's very scared of everything. She has purple background. So I think over time, people are gonna start to notice like, oh, this character is like this personality, and then hopefully they will have some favorites coming out from it, and then we can align our product strategy together with the stories. Previously, I was just like focusing on the products first because I need to build this into a sustainable cash flow business for myself. Otherwise, I can't just put free art out there and then I got nothing to eat. So yeah.
I want to ask, because just now you mentioned you have I might have heard
5
it wrongly.
toasties, yeah.
As in your content story bank for TikTok, about 5 months worth of supply of.
Animations, yeah.
Do you use AI to? Will you use AI to animate?
No. I have my design team. So we have a in-house animator.
So is it a designer's principle? Like I'm not going to touch AI. Everything is going to be by human beings.
That's not necessarily true, but from the AI tools that we have been experimenting with, it's not precise enough yet for the animations. And you can tell when it's AI versus non-AI, especially we can tell. So but I do use AI in maybe like the voice because I don't want to voice the toasties. So yeah, maybe sometimes the voice of the music we might use AI for that. I also cannot voice the toasties. I have a Singaporean accent, so it will not work. But I think if AI tools do become more prevalent, we may still try and use it. I think it's adapt or die, right? But at the end of the day, it can only go so far. I think there still needs to be a bit of a human flavor to edit. So I think AI will help to shorten the process, but not necessarily replace the whole process. Yeah.
And both of you have actually chosen to go down very different routes for how you build your business model. You have chosen to work with partners and a lot through licensing. You decided no more merchandise or not as much. Whereas for you, you're still very much big on the whole retail merchandise part and you don't do as much licensing or partnerships yet.
So I would want to do licensing in the future, but like what Shijia said, rather than go knock on their doors, build a brand where people will come and find you. And that was something that I realized like maybe after a few months of first starting, I was like, oh, nobody even knows who I am. They're not going to care. So I just got to go do my own thing and wait for people to find me, which is kind of what has happened from the handful of partnerships that I've managed to get in this time. But of course, I hope that like she really paved the way. Like, you know, I don't know what other big Singaporean characters there are that I often see being licensed. So yeah, hopefully one day we have that brand recognition to be able to do that.
Yeah, baby steps. But Shijia, what about you? Will you ever go back into merchandising or like maybe pop-up stores for some of your characters?
Actually, this is my first item after so many years. This is my first one. I'm selling it myself. I did this mainly on a smaller scale, mainly because I have long-term fans, right? Basically, I'm building a community of people who like 𝐤𝐤𝐿. So I also want them, and throughout the years they have been talking about, hey, can we have a blush kind of thing? Do you have a blush and all that? So I've been thinking maybe I should do one for my long-term fans, for them to really have something to hold on to and really sleep with. So this is finally, I did this for the past 2 years. Going back and forth with many different suppliers. I think some people, because of the small scale, people don't even want to do. And because there's a lot of details, because like this is a plush, right? He has actually a small plush, with a small plush on the top of her head. So there's a lot of details that actually a lot of factories don't want to do because it's very tedious to do such a complicated toy. So I finally found someone after trying many rounds to find someone who can work with us and who's willing to work with us. And after doing that, we also went many rounds to make it look like the 2D girl that I've drawn. Because when it's 3D form and 2D form is very different. So we do as a artist or designer, we really want your 3D work to look like your 2D work, right? So we have to be patient and work on it. So coincidentally, because now people like the plushes, right? So the time that we launched just happens to be the same. But actually, we have been working on this for a couple of years already. Yes.
You know what will be your next one? Gem babies. Because they're easier to produce, I think. I think because they are not as complicated in terms of design.
Yeah, they don't have another plush on top.
Yeah.
Although the hair is the special part of the jam babies.
Yeah, and actually, I've been observing the local Singapore market, right? One indication that you guys are actually succeeding is I see quite a few FMCG brands producing their own version of plushies, right? When it comes to as a founder, right, and as a business owner, when it comes to seeing such a I won't say copy and paste, but I think learning from
Inspired.
you, inspiration, right? Do you take it as a form of, why you copy from me? Or do you take it as a form of, okay, I'm paving the way, I just treat it as flattery, I'll design it in such a way that you cannot be inspired further? There are two different kinds of thinking when people see this in the landscape.
I'll go first. I think I honestly, I see it, but I feel like it's just trend-based, so it doesn't really bother me because, and also most of the time when they do it, the quality it's a gift with purchase or purchase with purchase. So when you touch, it's not necessarily the same.
It's not huggable as huggable as
or like the size. I'm not saying, but honestly, some of them are very, very cute. And if it's a keychain, it's okay. But at the end of the day, those characters, they are for that short-lived purpose. So like a FMCG is not going to continue to invest in the stories of those products. So they are just products. So it doesn't really bother me because for me and some of my core, like the top fans, like they will say like, today I feel like burnt, or like, oh, I'm so like multi-grain bread. Like, they actually relate to and remember the personality. So I think it's honestly very different. Yeah.
How about Shijia?
For me, I'm not bothered actually, because anybody can make an 𝐤𝐞𝐿 toy for 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐿 plush, but nobody can make an 𝐤𝐤𝐿 plush.
Correct.
I think that's the difference, because we are making her into a girl. I'm not just making you pop. This is 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐿 cake, so 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐿 plush, for example. So that's where we have given them personality, like what Chanel has said. There's personality to it. It's not just cute, you see. There's another side to the plush or to the character that we are giving to each of our babies. Yeah.
Can I jump in also? Because I am a consumer and I do pay for these stuff. I feel a lot of the times it's the relationships. Like I could relate to Tasty Toasties because the cushion really very nice for when we are recording. And then I like 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐿 because my kids love it and I just think it's such a good, example of Singapore culture and heritage. I also recently bought a lot of plushies of a certain viral trending bubble tea brand that everyone knows what it is.
Okay.
And that's with C. And actually it's all because of the relationship. Because I realized a lot of the FMCG brands, they can create their own, right? And yes, like what Chanel said, it could be cute. But if the consumer doesn't have the relationship with that brand, then why would I want to give it free space in my cupboard to let everyone who come to my house see? But it's a different story when I put, let's say, or like when Reggie puts the cushion on the table or on the seats, or when we feature 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐿 because like I'm Singaporean and my overseas friends come, or like the bubble tea because this is my favorite bubble tea brand. So I think there's a bit of difference there, but I love how you guys have kept emphasizing throughout these episodes, especially for newer creators, that it's all about the branding, it's about the relationship, the backstories of the characters. I think that's what the newer folks should also focus on.
Yeah, so I think the business of creating characters is a three-step process. One is the design itself. The other one is giving it a story. But the third one is continuing the story. Just as how she has a 5-month story bank, she's creating her own animated series, right? And then you are creating your own universe. And 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐿 has her own siblings and
Friends.
friends. I almost said boyfriend, but I don't think so. I don't think you brand it as boyfriend.
𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐿 boy is the brother.
Yes, the
Brother,
younger
brother.
brother.
Which comes to my maybe the final question, right? Because just now I was talking to Dawn about clientele. Like, for your client base, right? Are they mostly ladies or do guys also buy from you? Because I am totally clueless to this industry. You know what I mean? I know about your existence, but I will not purposely go and buy and hug lah.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I might be wrong.
I would say most of my fans are ladies, but I have a set of stickers, sticker apps, right? We mentioned. Actually, there are guys who write in, they actually wrote in to say, can we have more boy stickers? So actually, we have in recent years we have created 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐿 boy stickers, and even curry puff boy, roti prata boy. So although the demographics are more ladies, there are still guys friends who appreciate the use of such stickers. Actually.
Yeah, please. because every Chinese New Year,
Yeah.
the what are the
Yeah.
always appear. I only can use that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So yes, we for Chinese New Year is a very good time for WhatsApp stickers actually, because people send a lot of the messages to their friends and family. Yes.
Yeah. What about?
For me, big proportion are ladies, and I would say actually the male fans, they are also collectors of plush. So yeah, so there are a few, and because we have blind box series, so I think I have 2 series of blind box plushies at the moment. So I have captured, I think, some of those who are also like pop mart or blind box collectors, and some of them are male. So they also like bread. And the funny and the most interesting thing to me is actually many young boys like the toast because they find it very funny. So they will be like, "Mom, I want this toast." And I have like occasionally, like, some parents, they will send me pictures of their kid with the toasty bag on their the toasty keychain on their bag, and then all the kids saying like, "This is my emotional support toasty." So
Okay.
yeah, I think maybe not adult males, but like young boys, because they are like, "Oh, I love to eat bread," so they want to buy the bread.
So maybe adult males come from collecting. The intention is a bit different than like to collect and buy rare collections or from your collection, right?
I think because I have different product ranges, so it depends. Yeah,
Okay.
for like the bags, mainly ladies, but I do see guys buying and using the bags also. Hard to say, but yes, biggest proportion is more ladies. Yeah.
Maybe we should ask this question to the audience as well. Let us know in the comments if you guys actually buy or engage with these plushies as a male, so that Judson can have his burning question answered. But if not, thank you for tuning in to day 3 of our very first live stream. And if you are a budding creator trying to break into the IP scene, we hope that Shijia and Chanel stories have actually given you some inspirations and paved the way for you and the next generation of IP artists. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you shortly for the next live stream. Bye.
Bye.
And up next at 12 o'clock, right here at TFC Business Show Live at Day 3 of Franchising and Licensing Asia 2023. Once again brought to you by the Financial Coconut Network. Before we begin, we'd like to thank our partner, PTIX, a global event discovery and ticketing platform that connects people to thousands of unique experiences around the world, from workshops to conference and concerts and community events. PTIX makes it easy for people to discover and join events they will love. Thank you again, PTIX, for supporting the TFC Business Show Live. Now, for our next session, we're going to talk about, at 12 o'clock, Halal franchise trends you must know in 2025. Joining us on stage, we have Amir and Hanafi, both from the Golden Nuggets podcast. And today's guest, we have 𝐒𝐤𝐞𝐚𝐤𝐞𝐿, the managing director for the recently viral SGFR store. And also we have Sumadi, Mr. Park Sapari himself from Warung Park Sapari. And of course, they will be diving into what's new and what's next for halal franchising. And then why these trendsetters and trend matters for future businesses over here, not just in Singapore and the rest of the world. And as a reminder, we are having our live right here at Marina Bay Sands Expo and Convention Center, booth AD37. So if you're nearby or if you're around the area watching on YouTube, do hang out, come over, grab a seat and join us on this panel right after, coming out at 12 o'clock with us at Franchising and Licensing Asia 2025. I'll see you guys at 12 o'clock.
reshaping.com, the opposite of any work platform we tried.
Hey guys, welcome to another segment of the Financial Coconut, and we are still here. This is day 3 of FL Asia 2025. Hanafi here. My name is Hanafi from the Golden Nuggets podcast. I'm also the co-founder of Redcar Studio, and with a 19-year experience in the marketing industry. Today, with me, I have my co-host Ame.
Hi everyone, my name is Amir. Again, I'm one of the co-founders for the Golden Nuggets podcast. And today, we are going to have 2 amazing guests. Mr. 𝐻𝐸𝐞𝐚𝐤𝐞𝐿, who is the founder of SGFR Store, and also Mr. Sumadi, who is the founder of Selamat Datang Warung Pak Sapari. Okay, so how are you guys?
Good, Alhamdulillah, we are good.
Alhamdulillah.
So just to like have
A bit more context.
Yeah. Today we're going to discuss about halal Malay businesses who are actually in the franchising scene.
Yeah.
Because I understand that both of you have your own franchise. For 𝐻𝐸𝐞𝐿, congratulations. Quite recently, right? It's your very first franchise.
Yeah.
So can you share a bit, because I know both of you have a very unique franchising story. Perhaps 𝐻𝐸𝐞𝐿, you can start with how you actually decide to go that franchising model.
Okay, so for us, franchising is something very new. We just started in July. Yeah, so actually a store approached us.
Okay.
They are selling like lifestyle merchandise and everything, and then they say they actually want to pivot to a snack and candy store.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they wanted to buy snacks from us. So me and my co-founder Lukman, right, we actually pitched to him, instead of just buying snacks from us, why not we work on like a franchise model where you
Okay.
rebrand entirely and become another SGFR store.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so we worked out something with him. He quite liked the model, right? And then he basically revamped his whole store. He turned it into the SGFR store.
Okay.
Yeah, so he became
okay.
our first ever franchisee at Bussorah Street.
I see.
Basically like gave the store a new life, rebranded entirely.
Okay. And before the podcast, you shared that they are actually doing very well.
Yeah,
And they are how many months in now?
It's just 2-3 months.
2 to 3 months.
Yeah.
And in what aspect do you think that they are doing that is actually outperforming your other stores?
I think the location itself is fantastic. Bussorah Street is a very, very good location.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the location itself has many tourists there.
Uh-huh.
And
Oh, that's true.
yeah. So I think tourists are very intrigued by our products. So it's a pretty, pretty good location. Yeah.
Would you also say that because that area at Bussorah, there's no any other candy stores, right?
Yeah. It's the only candy store there.
Yeah, so I think that actually really gives you the additional advantage. And Mr. Sumadi, can you share a bit about your story on how you managed to franchise your store?
Actually, this part is when we discussed with my wife.
Okay.
At first, we were doing OEM for our pace.
Okay.
So where can we go further than that?
Uh-huh.
So we decided to maybe if someone want to approach us with franchising, that is what our idea is. But before that, we did a few consultation.
Okay.
We venture studies how to do franchising and also get some lawyers or this. Get some views how to run the franchising business.
Okay.
There's a few steps. There's a few kind of ways that you have to do. So when I got the big gold mark from Michelin, and we start to have a few people coming in asking for our franchising, and they know that we are ready for it, and we have our OEM item, which is easier for them to do and to cook or as a model of the food. So what they do is we try to scan those people who are franchising. We want to make sure that these people who do, we know that we must know ourselves, must have confidence in ourselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our branding, our product, and what we want from our franchising. These are the factors that we have to know. So when these people approach, we try to talk.
Okay.
So when we talk to them, what is their offer and what our offer? So from a lawyer to the consultant, all this, we must have what do you call it? proper procedure, proper agreement. This is important because why they also want to know your ROI. They must know your setup. They must know how many manpower that you needed. Then how the product is work. That all they want to know.
I see.
It's not just you franchise something, but you don't know anything.
Yeah, and don't let go, just let it go, right?
Yeah. So,
understand.
but for me is I also kind of control freak, like you must say. I must be responsibility in the sense that
Of course,
not
it's
only
your
I
own
franchise
brand,
to you,
Yeah.
but you must let me in the sense that once a week or maybe once a month I come and check your shop, see whether it works, whether I need to change something or not. When I got this Mr. Dennis who approached us, he started with us a year ago. He opened a few branches already. So when we worked with him, he was quite happy. And we worked together.
Okay.
And the most profitable is, as what he says, in Lau Pa Sat,
Yes.
all this and that. So that is, when they know one place that makes money, of course the franchisee will open another one.
Of course.
Open another one. So this is kind of what we want, you know, and also trust our product and branding is there.
Okay, so it looks like you actually look at your franchisee more like as a partner, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I know like what other qualities that you actually look into when you are looking for the franchisee?
Okay, you must understand, firstly is to franchise, you must know the fella who want to franchise from you, where the location they want to get. That's why you say location is important. How big the location is. You cannot just say, oh, my franchise fee is 50,000.
Yeah.
And your place so small. Would you take it? So you must be, as I said, must have consultation, must have lawyers, all this, and talk to them. Make sure that they work, we work. They earn, you earn. That's the important thing.
That's true. Okay. And what about 𝐸𝐞𝐿? What do you think that you will want to look for when you are looking for the next franchisee?
Quite similar actually. I also look at, usually we let them choose the location. Yeah, so I've talked to a few more potential partners that wanted to do franchising with us, right? And we both have to agree on a location. If the location is bad, then it's better off not to do the franchising because I also don't want them to lose money.
Yes, correct.
So the most important thing is we have to agree on a location. Yeah, I think that's like the number one thing. And then I think they also have to understand like the brand they are getting into.
True.
Right? Yeah. So those are like two things we look out for when we are looking for partners.
I see.
Okay.
So I understand that you have quite a number of outlets already prior to this partnership with this franchisee, right?
Yeah.
What is the difference based on your experience between these two? Like
between,
running your
a
own outlets
franchise
and yes.
Okay. I think when you have a franchise I feel like it's quite similar to what you said.
Important is the SOP. that
SOP,
you give to them.
okay.
Because the problem is we are giving them the SOP. We teach them, we train them, but we don't know their people whether they
Can handle it.
you know people have different workers.
I think it's also like you're working with other business owners, so they are like very like-minded. Yeah.
True.
They are very quick to like come up with promotions or get people into their stores. Cause I think when you're running a business, you think very, very differently.
Yeah, understand.
Yeah, whenever you see like a small dip in sales, you're quick to react, to quickly like do something to get the sales back up. Yeah, so it's quite cool. It's like working with business partners.
Okay.
Yeah, it's as if you have like shareholders running stores individually.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, before we decide to have both of you as our guest panel, right? It took us a while before we can actually find the two that we want to have it here. And one of the reasons is because there's not many Muslim business owners who actually franchise a business here in Singapore. Where do you think people can actually learn in terms of how to franchise a business?
Where to learn how to franchise a business?
For me is as I said, you look at the local organization that in Singapore you have like the SMCC or any other like the Malay all this business and get involved yourself. Get to know people, what they want, what is now is the market. So when you get to chat to them, you get to know this realm of people, then you know what you're doing.
Okay, and what about 𝐸𝐞𝐿? Like, it's your first time having a franchisee. Like, where do you think you can actually go to perhaps accelerate your knowledge in terms of how to identify who's the right franchisee and how to actually execute the franchising model?
I think for me, I did a bit of research online.
Okay.
Yeah, so what else I did was, franchising like consultants.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just talked to them and then they like gave advice. I think that's like the best way because that's what they're experts in.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. And I'm also curious, like, how do you maintain quality with your franchisees?
That's why I say the responsibility is you have to take. As I said, you must talk to your franchisee. You must let them allow you to be there, to taste. Or second is that look at all the media, see any complaint or any Google complaint.
Oh, okay.
Or this is whereby you also get to know of your product. Why is this coming like that? Why is it this kind of complaint?
Yeah.
So how to improve it? Don't think of why like that, but how to improve it. That's the most important thing.
So having a feedback loop is important. What about for 𝐸𝐸𝐿, for like product based business?
Yeah,
Like, what are some of the SOPs that you probably need to have to ensure that everything is consistent?
For mine, my staff went down, so we had like I think a 1 to 2 week training.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then it's actually been so far. Alhamdulillah, it's been really really good. Yeah, everything has been going well. Yeah, the SOPs is quite important lah, but I think for retail it's quite straightforward.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very different from F&B.
Yeah.
F&B, I think there's
A
the
lot
SMP,
of moving parts.
correct.
Yes,
Yeah, for
because
retail,
I understand that Abang Sumadi actually go to the different outlet to actually do the taste test and everything.
Yeah.
But since just now you mentioned about check the Google review and everything, right? If let's say you found a negative Google review, how do you actually inform your franchisee that there is something wrong, and what exactly do you do to rectify the issue?
Okay, don't get too hype on it, like anger, why you people do like that.
Yeah.
But important is, firstly, look into that matter first. Talk to your franchising. Okay, we work together. Go to that place. See whether who work on that day, who did the soup or the paste, who do mix the thing, how they do. Let them do. We see. So sometimes they miss a step, or sometimes they took too much water.
Okay.
So this is important. So work together.
Okay. And for 𝐸𝐸𝐿, like because just now Hanafi mentioned for retail, it's also different from F&B, right?
Correct.
What kind of SOP or things that you look at from your franchisee to make sure that things are consistent?
Most of the SOP happens when we are setting up the store.
Okay.
But at that point, we are quite involved. We have to make sure that everything is consistent. The tiles are the same, the racks are the same. But that's the part that we supply them, right? So
yes.
that's where like most of the SOP goes in. The rest is just very standard stuff. Like when the customers come in, you greet them.
Okay.
Where these products go, where that products go. You have to make sure the shop isn't too messy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about shelving wise? Like, do you decide like which product will be at which part or which shelf of it?
Yeah, we give them a general idea of where to put what. But if they feel like this product is better off at this side, we are open to it as well. Because every store is a bit different. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just understand one thing? Like, especially for you, right? You are running a product business. For F&B might be a bit different because the products are reset.
Yeah.
And for you are selling all the different kind of candies, and then sometimes you have like newer candies or trending candy. How do you keep up?
How do we keep up? we have to be on TikTok a lot lah. We always have to see. Then the second something comes in, we have to be super fast. Yeah, but that's also why normally when we bring in a product, it's usually quite expensive because when you go directly to the supplier, right, they usually don't want to supply you because the product is already trending. They don't have enough stock themselves, so you have to go to personal shoppers that buy it from them, which mark up very high. Then shipping and everything, right? When it reaches us, it's very expensive. Yeah, happened quite a few times. Like fixed chocolate, Thai milk buns, all these viral TikToks.
Yeah. Okay. And for Abang Sumadi, right, with regards to F&B, because 𝐸𝐤𝐿 mentioned a lot about how he is in control of his own products, right? For you, you are in control of your own pace.
Yeah.
Before we actually met, you also mentioned about how that is the most important part from your entire franchising model, because if you don't have control of your own pace, the production of it, the manufacturing of it, it's going to be difficult for other stores or perhaps even overseas to actually consider to franchise you.
Yeah.
Share with us, how do you actually have that thought that this is a very important step?
Oh, very long question. Anyway, okay, why I did my product OEM in Singapore by NTUC Food Fair? Because they are known, they are well known, they are trust. So
yes,
I did my product with them and they give me a package deal. We work together on the thing. So I have the control of my thing and we sign an MDA or this. So in a sense, to protect yourself, firstly is you must have your branding, your patent, important, and the costing of doing your product.
Okay.
Okay. So when all this you are controlled by you, you know what is happening and how much it's going to cost you and how much you're going to earn.
Yes.
If you don't do this, you just either OEM, but do you know how much the cost where they do it? You know, which item are where they're going to buy the things. For me, I would say, no, you have to buy the things from this place, this place, this place.
Okay, so you are also in control of the supplier. And
yes.
Okay.
So important is, even the supplier increase the price, no matter what, you must buy from them.
Yeah.
Anything that you need to increase, you must tell me. Then every product that come out, they have a scan code, barcode, so you know where your product going and how much you control. And not only franchising, but I have a few big outlets or kind of cafe, Chinese or either Muslim store. They order paste from us. So there is another way rather than you just franchise, but you have another distribution to do it.
True.
So you are earning from where and here and there. So this is important in the sense that you control, you know where it's going, and also you know how much when you're franchising. Important is your royalty.
Yes.
Your franchising fees are different.
Yeah.
Your royalty is you control your pace. One pace I can say minimum 20 to 30 people.
Okay.
So from there I can estimate how much you order. So if there is no consider like you don't have a POS system to read out all this and that. So this is where you take roughly. Are they playing around?
Okay.
Or is to control in a sense that you know, hey, you order so much this, then you're earning this much. Is there something wrong?
That's true. Yeah.
So this is how you control.
Okay. And for 𝐸𝐸𝐿, like 𝐸𝐤𝐿 was the very first product that you actually have that is manufactured by you guys, right?
Yeah.
Like is what Pak Sumadi actually mentioning the same as what you had to go through with your own products?
For us, the one is more F&B based, right? Yeah. But for us, everything is done like by the factory. So we just like submit the recipe we want.
Okay.
More of the R&D phase.
The
So
R&D,
the R&D
the
is,
tasting, approved.
we taste once we get it. So everything is like finalized.
Okay.
Then the factory does like keeps reproducing the same thing over and over again.
Because when I compare your franchise store and also your other outlets, your franchise store has more of your own products.
Correct.
As compared to your other outlets, which has, like for example, the Thai milk bun, the fixed chocolate, and all this.
Correct. We are moving more towards that for everything to be like our own product. So, one brand that really inspired me is Miniso.
Okay.
So we want to make our shop like the Miniso of snacks. So we want to go to a point where we manufacture like everything, at least 80 to 90%.
Okay. Okay. Earlier, both of you mentioned about promotion, right? I'm curious, what happens, or perhaps is there, or has there been any time where your franchisees come up with a promotion without your knowledge, and will that actually affect your business as a whole?
So far for me, haven't.
Still new. Give chance.
Same to me also, because why? they will tell us because
Okay.
hey, this kopitiam is having this promotion.
Yeah.
So the thing it will be changed the what do you call it, the earnings or this. So okay lah. So we understand this, when they tell us that's the most important trust. So that's the, as I say, you must choose your franchising.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Abang Sumadi, you mentioned something in CNA that was like very interesting to me. So you mentioned something which is only one outlet has the Michelin. So when you actually get the Michelin, it doesn't go through with all the different outlets with your franchisee as well?
Okay, the Michelin, as I know, if you read the internet, whatever, is belong to that store.
Okay.
So the product that is produced by us or whatever is all a Michelin standard. So people, because why they intend to take when you're franchising, they say, hey, this is like warung Pak Sapari. How come that one got Michelin, this one no Michelin? So to, as I said, is an advertisement kind of to attract people. Say that, oh, this is from me myself, and I'm a Michelin. So people will know your quality of food must be the same as what it is. So that's why when they put your brand, your name there, they will intend to carry whatever award you have.
Okay.
But has it helped? Yeah.
It helps.
A lot.
It helps.
Seems like a lot.
Yeah, it helps. Though, as I said, when the Michelin came, you know, even the reviews and also international people, because my shop itself is near Botanic Gardens. A lot of those tourists, they pass by and say, I want to go to this place. And they know that hawker center at that place is have a 3 Michelin. So Michelin, that's one kambing soup and there's prawn mee and me. So, and to have this Michelin as the first in Singapore, mi soto, mi rebus, it was kind of, you know, make me, you know, proud in the sense that it's a Malay food.
Yes.
Second is that, hey, it's, my father never get this, I get this. But my father have a lot of but the stepping stone is there. The story of your hawkers is there. Your heritage food is there. And it was known to Michelin internationally.
Okay.
So Abang Sumadi uses the Michelin to promote himself, and I noticed that for SGFR you've been a lot on TikTok, like live. How does this affect the franchisee?
Oh, the TikTok live.
Yeah.
I think if anything, it complements it.
Okay.
Yeah, because Lukman's the one that's always doing live, right?
Yeah.
He constantly promotes the products. Yeah, not everyone wants to buy from TikTok. Some people still want to go down, feel and see the product. So if anything, it makes the customer base go up.
It's true, because like what you say is true, because like mine, I'm selling it, and Adam Road, you see, I put my paste in front of my shop, and people taste and they came and buy the food, buy the paste. Once they taste the food, they buy the paste, and they ask how to do it. They were surprised. It's like you cooking like like Maggi noodle. It's not like you cooking, oh, you have to add this, add that. They were surprised how I R&D the thing. So, and always I say, franchising is not only by one person. You can be franchised from another person.
Yes.
Don't get control yourself.
True. I mean, on the note of franchising, like ultimately, for some people, franchising is actually a higher barrier to entry. And I understand that both of you are actually having your products in vending machines, which is very interesting, especially for Abang Sumadi, because mi soto, mi rebus in the vending machine, I think that's very unique.
Yeah, very, very unique.
Perhaps we can start with Haikal. Like, I think the first vending machine I saw was at your Tampines store, right? Can you share a bit more about why you decided to go through that direction?
Okay, so for vending machines, right, it's something that I started when I first started the business.
Oh, okay.
So like 2 years ago. Yeah, but it was very short-lived. It only lasted like 4 or 5 months. And then actually, all the vending machines you see now are closed. They are not operational.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Long story short, right? Last time I think I was very new to this, so I didn't understand how this vending machine works. So the partner I went with actually scammed us out of the machines.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, he took all the money. All the money went to him first. That's just long story short. All the money went to him first. He ran away with the money. It was a company that does vending machines in Singapore. They closed down, bankrupt. We went on the news. A lot of people were involved in the scam. Yeah. So like 2 years later now, we are actually going to bring back the vending machine concept.
Awesome.
Yeah, but it's going to be like a franchising model. So how it works is anybody can partner with us and get vending machine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we will give them the vending machine. They can use a location that they want, similar to the store. And then every month we will give them the products. We supply the products so they don't have to pay. And then we'll split the revenue every month. Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome. And Abang Swadi, can you share a bit more about what's brewing right now? Because mee soto, mee rebus in a vending machine, very, very unique.
Ever seen before?
I have not seen before, but I saw the app.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, it's done by Instant Chef, but now we call it Chef Genie. Okay, and we have this collaboration work with them together on this thing, and also with Spring Singapore that they say that. So what we do is that we did a R&D with them first before we put into the machine.
Okay.
So, but I have, as I said, trust in my product. It can work. Because to me, I want when I R&D that time about my pace, it took me 7 times to approve it.
Okay.
So it's very long. So long process. But when they tested it, it works. And the noodle also doesn't mushy, you know. The gravy is still intact.
Okay.
So these all are the things that we need. The smell, the look, the taste. These all must be there. But as I said, always people don't want, as what you said, some people don't want to do vending machine because why? Firstly, the worry is safety issue of food.
True.
Yeah.
Okay. The approval that they needed, that you know what item they need to put. All these are done by this instant chef and this Chef Genie. So we are just work with them in their kitchen to put the item inside, and we can do this in franchising in time when it comes, because now we are doing an experimental.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I think it's very interesting concept, and this I think allows people to experience Basmati's food, right?
Yes.
Have you? You've never tried,
Never tried.
and I've never tried before, and I think this is something that we need to try. Right?
Yes, of course, of course.
As I said, you download the Chef Genie app.
Yeah.
Then you will see a few of the sites that
The location.
they have the location that have
Okay.
our product. So we have the new one also. They call it the nasi soto. It's not a rice cake, but it's a nasi like
Soto.
biryani. We're having have a teriyaki chicken inside with the Thai sauce on it. So it's a new thing that we do, and we have macaroni soto. So these are already is in the thing.
Okay, okay.
It's like a trend that I think people who do franchise need to look out for and
Yes.
do and experience.
Of course, of
It's
course.
like they go from like having outlets and then now they have like
Vending machines, yeah. And I'm curious because usually the next step, especially for franchising model, is overseas expansion, right? Do you think the vending machine concept will be a better entry to the, other markets?
To me, if you see in Japan, Korea, or vending machine, or food inside,
True.
even your ramen is inside the thing.
Yeah.
yeah.
So if let's say now our heritage food is inside, they want Singapore food, go there, put Singapore food.
Yeah.
What do you feel? You yourself will be working there so long, you say, I want to taste Singapore food.
Yeah, of
Yes.
course, of course.
So that is the thing that you must know.
And what about 𝐸𝐞𝐚? Do you think like that is a better next step in terms of overseas expansion rather than thinking about how you want to find the next outlet franchisee in other countries?
I think if I were to expand overseas, I'll prefer to have like outlets there.
Okay.
Yeah. I think people like the experience of coming down, feeling, seeing the products. Yeah. So I think for me, physical stores will be better.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Are you planning to have any?
Yeah, I was about to ask.
We're trying to
Trying
find
to-
someone to partner with. Yeah.
Okay.
Where? Can share.
Sneak
Okay, so we have people interested to open in Brunei and Dubai.
Brunei.
Nice.
Yeah, so we are looking at these two partners now.
If you have it in
Yeah.
Dubai, I think he'll probably be one of the few to try.
Yeah.
Because he will always go Dubai. It's like his place, his go-to place, bro.
Yeah. Favorite holiday destination?
Favorite holiday. Yeah, it's nice there.
Too many friends there.
Every year.
Every year. Whoa.
For every year.
Too many friends.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Yeah. So Dubai, and what about Bang Swadi? Like, where is the next step, or where is the next country that you would want to open?
Expand, yes.
as what you said, we can, I've been cooking, representing in Singapore Day. I've been cooking in London, I've been cooking in Australia, I've been cooking in China, and Australia, US, all this. So, all these country, like Amsterdam, you don't have Singapore. I cannot find Singapore food, but I find Indonesian food.
Oh, okay.
And always crowded. You go London, you see people always ready-made meal.
Yes.
They don't have home-cooked meal.
Yes.
So if you put a Singapore food there, like now in New York they have this hawker, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is one step that to know your food and your heritage and your Singapore food be there, and my food is also be there.
Okay.
So this is one thing that you want to explore.
Yeah.
Not only you want to explore in franchising overseas, you also explore the machine, that can works over there. All this lah. A lot of things you must learn about franchising, licensing, all this a lot to learn.
The other time when I met Abang Swadi, right, he mentioned to me that actually it's much more complicated when we want to talk about franchising overseas, because we need to focus on licensing all the, for example, for him, his paste first, and also need to come up with a manufacturing facility there first before you actually look into franchising over there. Like, can you share a bit more about that? Because I think that is a very good information for people who actually want to consider franchising overseas.
As I said, important is the costing.
Costing.
True.
You must learn about costing.
True.
So if you cook in Singapore, you bring there, you have to pay air freight, you have to pay the all this and that. Then you must have somewhere there people to accept your paste, from the custom, all this and that. A lot of things to do. A lot of, although it's free trade, but you still have a lot of resources to be paid and to be stamped or to be. So all this is learning. So we have to explore first before we go there. It's not just I put my things there, then the fella run. I don't know what he run.
That's true.
Yeah.
And,
He has to be there for like a few months first, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, some of my friends who went New York that time opened, in New York they have the under Sito, they opened it. So a lot of them went there, and a lot of things happen, a lot of things work. So this one I cannot comment because it's individual.
Yeah. Okay, and for 𝐸𝐞𝐿, like we understand that a lot of your products is actually manufactured from around the region, right?
Yeah.
But if let's say you want to open in Dubai, do you think you need to come up with your own manufacturing facility over there first?
Okay, so every countries have like different food regulations.
Yep.
So like for certain products, like I think if I'm not wrong, in Saudi, they only allow certain types of coloring. Yeah, whereas Southeast Asia allows most of them, right? So certain products cannot be exported to Saudi, and like every country has their own regulations. So specific countries, we might have to change the place we manufacture just to suit them, or might not be able to give them that product. Yeah, so we have to completely like change or do something else. Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. That's new information for me.
That's why I was saying different countries have different regulations.
Yeah.
We have to learn and look and know about this before we go into it.
Okay. So before we end our segment, right, I want to ask both of you, perhaps can you share one advice for people or brands in Singapore, especially our local Malay brands, who wants to consider franchising as a franchisor? What is that one important advice that you will actually give them?
I think, for me, I'm still very, very new to it. So I'm also taking advice from a lot of people around me. But I think it's just like, don't be afraid to ask. Like, ask people around you for advice. See what other businessmen, what other entrepreneurs say. And then you see how it comes to you. And you have to do a lot of research online. A lot of information is available online, especially with AI now, right?
Yeah.
ChatGPT provides you so much info you need for franchising.
That's
which I
true.
think like 5 years ago you couldn't do.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's true.
And Abang Sumadi, what is that one advice that you will actually advise aspiring brands who wants to franchise their business?
Firstly is, as I say, costing.
Yes.
And believe and trust your own brand. before you explore all this. Because kali you go there and people say, I don't, maybe it's your brand that caused me to fail my franchise.
That's true.
Cannot be what? What for he approached you in the first place? So important is trust your own brand. Okay, and important is, that's what he say, explore, learn more a lot how to franchise, get a consultant, get a lawyer, and know what you want in your franchising.
Okay, and what about for franchisees? What is one advice that you would advise franchisees?
I think when you look at a brand that you want to potentially franchise, right, you have to look at the longevity of it. Yeah, see if it's something you think will last 5 to 10 years down the road. Look at the competitors, and then you can kind of like weigh in. Yeah, and then you have to look at licensing fee also. Yeah, because some of them charge like really high licensing fees, which just defeats the purpose.
Yeah.
There are some brands that they really want to get out there, so they charge low to no licensing fees, especially those that want you to expand overseas. Because they want you to bring their brand overseas, right? So they don't charge you anything. Yeah, so look into that. See who wants to just like slam you and make like a quick paycheck with the licensing fee, and who really wants to partner and work with you. Yeah.
And Abang Subadi, what is one advice that you would advise franchisees?
You must know what you're getting into.
True.
Because why? Firstly is the cost that you want to know. How many manpower you need. What equipment that you need. How much money you're going to spend. How far can this brand go?
That's true, because a lot of people, when they think about franchising, I just need to think about how much the franchising fee, that's it.
Yeah, and then after that, everything's going to be set up. But you need to look at the rules and the regulations and the contract and what are provided other than just the brand and the food. Because sometimes different franchisor, they will like not offer the location, right? Not the renovation as well. Right? So these are like things to take into consideration.
And they say you earn, I also earn.
So that's one more thing that you need to take into consideration.
Yes, of course.
Percentage, right?
But I was quite surprised. Who want to franchise a Mee Rebus Mi Soto only? I was surprised when people approached me, after the
How do you react?
Huh?
How do you react?
Are you sure? That's important. Are you sure? Because you have nasi lemak. A lot. They have franchise a lot. But why must be Mee Rebus Mi Soto? So, because they say, I know you can create something better than this. As I said, the nasi soto I created, or you have the macaroni soto, or this in the machine. You have your mi soto and Mee Rebus still can go into the machine. And how you produce your paste. As I said, I trust my product.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is the important.
Before we end, I just want to do a quick shout out. Where can people find you? Maybe 𝐸𝐞𝐿, you can go first.
Yeah, so you can just DM us on Instagram, SGFR Store, if you guys are interested in like franchising or anything.
Okay, and what about you?
Well, they can see me at my shop anyway. At Edinburgh Hawker Centre.
At Edinburgh Hawker Centre. So with that being said, is there any last final words from you, Amir?
I think they shared plenty.
Yeah.
We really learned a lot.
I believe so.
Especially about the costing, like what Pak Asmadi keep on mentioning.
Yeah, and with that being said, thank you so much for being here, for sharing with us all your wisdom and all your franchising stories. And to the viewers, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye. Mic test, mic test, test, test.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Testing 1 2. 1 2 3.
Hey everyone, welcome to FL Asia Hey everyone, welcome to FL Asia. We are the Golden Nuggets podcast. My name is Nazreen and the main host ame. We're gonna interview a special guest today. We have Mr. Eric Lim from MyGym.
Hello. Hi.
So, Eric, for our listeners who don't know you, can you share a bit about yourself?
I am Eric. I have been doing MyGym for about 18 years.
18 years, wow.
Or in the past, I actually come from the IT world.
Okay.
IT world. So it's very much in the business side, IT world. And I think that the IT is very fast.
Okay.
I would say it's hectic. And I decided to do something about my own passions.
Okay.
That's why I come into this industry.
I see, okay. Can you share a bit more about MyGym?
Maybe before I share about MyGym, let me share about one story that I have gone through. This story is about I have never forget that 19 years ago.
Okay.
Me and two of my friends actually went for a coffee, and over the coffee, I spoke to them about MyGym. This concept. 19 years ago, not many people know about this brand. This brand actually come from the US. Yeah. So over the coffee, I said, hey. That time, my kids is only about 18 months.
Yeah.
18 months. And I said that, hey, I'm very interested in this program. Will you be keen to explore this with me? And eventually they said, let's take out some pocket money because they are all working. Take out some pocket money, and we decided to, by the leap of faith, we go ahead and invest in the brand.
Okay.
So, and we started the gym that time, and guess what? 18 months later, 18 months is very short time, I returned all the money to them.
Oh.
Wow. So you make back.
Yeah, I returned all the money to them, and till today, 19 years later, they are still my shareholders.
Wow.
They are still my partners.
Impressive.
So imagine that, for the last 17 years, they have no money in my business, but they are all the while making money all this while.
Amazing.
So, wow. By going to MyGym is not just about a business a money-making business. I think it's about the impact. We want to impact the people from very, very young. As young as our youngest, as young as 6 months.
6
so
months.
we go at 6 months and above.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. So that is the story of how I gone through in a very short time, right? Very, very short, right?
18 months.
For the last 19 years, how do we, help our shareholders make back the money in 18 months until today, 19 years later, they are still my shareholders.
That's amazing. But what is it about MyGym that appeals you and wants you to bring it to the whole of ASEAN region?
I think the MyGym itself, we enter at a very young age of the youngest in Singapore is 6 months. So we feel that there's actually no, the peak of the MyGym is actually between 6 months old to about 6 years old. So, but majority are the very young one. So imagine that in this market itself, if you go beyond 5 years old, there are a lot of competitions.
Okay.
Below 5 years old, logical, like, I'm not sure whether you guys got kids. Below 5 years old, 4 years old, the competition is almost not there. So our enter point is very young age. 3 and below, youngest at 6 months. So we focus in the first mile of learning for the kids. So MyGym itself, because MyGym, the name gym, everybody will think that it's a gym. Think that it's a physical, right? But in fact, the core of the MyGym is really about the brain development. At a very young baby stage, we stimulate the kids, the baby, at a very young age by all the movement. Imagine you put your kids at home and then don't do anything. I think it turned out to be stupid. We go in at the very young age and stimulate the brain. We have to keep stimulating the brain at a very, very young age.
Agree.
by touching, by colors, by music, by movement, by somersault, by upside down, so many things. And that's how MyGym has provided to the kids at a very young age.
Those motor skills.
A lot of motor skills, a lot of social development, a lot of confidence development.
Right.
But the core is really stimulating the brain development.
Nowadays, with parents being busy and with technology there, nowadays they say young parents always give iPad to the kids. Sometimes we are also a bit guilty of doing that. Does that actually affect the business as a whole?
Not really, because as more and more people, more and more parents know that giving the kids an iPad is the wrong way. You can imagine every parent are giving the kids. I'm very sad. I go to hawker centers or food court. I see parents, even young parents, give the iPad to or the phone to the babies or to the kids to look to watch while they are having a peacetime eating themselves. Right? They do not know that the core impact of that is you are taking away the creativities at a very young age.
That's true.
And today, how are you going to fight the AI and the robots? There's no way they can fight in terms of the knowledge. So you can only fight based on the creativities, right? But you take away the creativities from a young age. So imagine the future. It's going to be very tough for them.
Agree.
So as many, many more parents are knowing this impact, they will think that they will start to also know. Giving iPad to them, giving digital product to them is the wrong way. Even MOE today, they are trying to do that. Some of the countries are already banging all the digital products in the school itself. So I don't think it will impact MyGym. But it go older, yes. If you imagine the tuition or the higher level of, they all can go on the online digital. But the young one, no, I don't think it will impact MyGym at all.
I think it's better also because like I say, we are guilty of it, but at the same time we know that it's not the case. It's not something that we should be doing. Hence the reason why we also tend to see what or where we can actually send our kids to make sure that they are more active in terms of developing their cognitive skills. But on top of that, right, can you share with us like how many franchises you have around the ASEAN region?
For Singapore, we have 4. We have centers in Bangkok. MyGym, we have centers in Vietnam as well. So in terms of ASEAN itself, we are only present in 3 countries. So we intend to get this brand into the Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia. So hopefully in this FLA, we are able to find some potential partners, and we want to actually repeat this. I mentioned about the story in front, right? We want to repeat with somebody here or somewhere to find this person to come in again and repeat this story again.
That's true.
For the rest of the 3 countries.
Yes, that's true.
But I would say that this journey doesn't mean for everybody.
Of course.
Doesn't mean for everybody.
Who knows, like when you mentioned 18 months, right? you met someone here, you built your own SOP, it can be as fast as 18 weeks. We don't know.
For 18 weeks, it haven't happened in South Asia, but it happened in China.
Oh, it already happened? Wow.
In China, not in Singapore, because I think China, the spending habits, and in Southeast Asia, spending habits really
different.
How
different? Maybe you can share a little bit more.
I mean, the Chinese in China, they really spend on the children.
That's true.
Like
developing how they
very
think
competitive environment, right? That's why in China itself, the government came out rules that banning all the tuitions and all that. That's an impact to the education industry in China. But Southeast Asia, I think, is not to that stage of competitiveness that we are so willing, to go all the way out. And in China itself, parents there are willing to pay one whole entire year upfront. But Southeast Asia, I think it's not easy. To pay an entire one whole year of
that's true.
So the buying power here is
buying power is still
is getting there.
It's different. When they'll get there, I don't think they're very fast. I mean, looking at the whole entire Southeast Asia, right? Our development are not as fast as the China.
The Chinese,
Wow.
Okay.
Talking about the whole of the ASEAN, Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about Singapore.
But speaking of the whole region, like what are the biggest challenge so far that you face in terms of finding franchisees?
I think the biggest challenge, I think for us to look for a franchisee or a business partner that way, the first important is the financial, whether do they have the financial.
Yeah.
Yeah. Second, not in sequence, right? So second will be the passion about education. I would say not everyone are passionate about education business. Yeah. But the education business is not only about making money, but I think it's about the purpose. Whether the investors or the person who come in have the same purpose and mission as us or not. Yeah,
The
aside
alignment.
from the profitabilities of it, the business model of it. The business model itself is already proven for the last 30 over years.
Yeah.
And across the whole world, MyGym has about 600 outlets across the whole world. So the business itself has already proven in many countries. Yeah.
Having 600 over outlets in total for MyGym, what do you think, or what is that support that you actually give for franchisees?
Okay, support-wise, when they come in as franchisees, we basically do all the training, all the SOP. We teach the partners about how to run the business, how to operate the business, how to sell the programs, how to customize the program to the local context. And we even help them together with them, we look for the right locations. Right?
Okay.
Looking for right locations, enter at the right price, at the right entry price of the renter. It's not going to be so easy.
That's true.
So we have to work with them to speak to the landlord to get the price, the renter down.
Okay.
So that we can enter at the right price. So we do not want our franchisee or our partners to get in there at the wrong starting line.
Yeah, that's true.
And same as all the retail, same as all the restaurants, we cannot get into the wrong price. If not, you're going to kill yourself very easily.
Of course. Yeah.
Right.
It's like a terrible mistake to even jump
Exactly.
in at the wrong
So
time.
that is the
Okay.
most
And
basic
what
things.
about manpower? Because you are dealing with a lot of children, right?
Yeah.
Like you need specialized staff to actually handle the entire course. Like, do you also support in terms of finding for manpower?
Yes, we will help the franchisee or the business partner to find the right staff. We work with them to interview the people. We have people writing into us. We can pass it to them, or we help them together with them. Because some people could write into my Great World Cities. I have one outlet at Great Cities, but in fact they stay in Jurong. They would not want to come to here, right? So
That's
I will
true.
pass to them. Depends on where the candidate
Leaves. Okay.
Okay. So thank you for sharing. Can you share with our listeners where exactly is their booth, and also how do they actually connect with you and consider how to franchise with MyGym?
Okay, I currently do not have a physical booth myself here, but I'm actually with Extreme. I think I can't remember what is their
Okay.
Okay.
their booth
Somewhere
outlets,
around.
right? Extreme. If not, you can write to me at ericlim@mygym.com.sg. So in terms of the partnership, we have a few models. So we can discuss with you if you're interested. We discuss with you how can you come in a project basis or investment basis or a franchise mode basis. So we will not leave you alone, but a lot of times we even want to run it ourselves. We want to run the country ourselves. So if you have the financial capabilities, we are willing to partner with you. Yeah, and we open out the whole, like example, Philippines or Indonesia or Malaysia. We're able to open up with you, but we can be the one that operating it, but you can choose to operate it. So we have different model. We are flexible about this, but important is I want to find a capable and a passionate one. So we do have our selection criteria. So we will not anyhow pick.
Of course.
Of course. So,
Right.
so with that said, thank you, Eric, for sharing a bit of your journey about how you have MyGym in the ASEAN region. And with that, we'll see you guys in the next segment. Bye-bye.
Thank
Take care.
you. Thank
Bye-bye.
you very much. Bye.
Welcome to the Financial Coconut Franchising Licensing Asia.
Woo! Yes.
So I'm Amir from the Golden Nuggets podcast, and we have Reggie over here.
Awesome. Yes.
And
thank you
today,
for opening. Yeah.
Today we have two beautiful ladies, Maria from Avocadoria and also Nori from Snap Fitness.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. We in this panel we want to spend a bit of effort to talk about smaller brands, right? Like newer brands, because it's very different when you are franchising, like, you know, a 7-Eleven, right? Or you know, like a big, you know, fast food chain, as compared to when you're kind of doing a smaller setup, right? There are all the nooks and crannies in it, right? So for all of you listening in, on your way to Marina Bay Sands, come to booth AD37. And yeah, maybe for a start, would you like to just give us a bit of color, like what do you guys do?
A bit of color.
Yeah,
Pun intended.
a lot of color. So, hey, whoa, it's okay. Yeah. Just give me a bit of color, like, you know, what's the business about and all that.
So I'll start first.
Yes.
I'm Maria, and I'm the master franchisee of 𝐒𝐤𝐞𝐿. It's a Filipino brand. Actually, in the Philippines, I'm a franchisee.
Oh,
and I
okay.
decided to bring it here, of course, with my husband.
Okay.
And 𝐒𝐤𝐿 is like ice cream brand.
Yeah.
Everything about avocado, like F&B serving ice cream, smoothies, avocado cakes. And I noticed that here in Singapore, like I cannot find an avocado ice cream.
Yep.
I'm not sure, but you know, whenever I go to ice cream shop, I cannot find avocado flavor, and then even in the groceries. So I felt that there is a niche, because it doesn't only cater with Filipinos, even though Filipinos love avocado, but I know that locals are also looking for something healthier option. It's a delicious ice cream dessert that caters for those who are looking for healthy and guiltless, you know,
Guiltless.
guiltless,
Not guiltless.
guiltless,
It's still ice
indulgence.
cream.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the reason why I decided to brought it here.
Okay, but
And
I heard you, at first when you brought it here, you were not a master franchise. You were just a single franchise, and you had to kind of like hit some target before you become the master franchise. Is that kind of the structure? Or?
No, because in the Philippines, when we approach the founder, the rule is like, if you want to bring it international, so we are the first international franchise.
Oh, nice.
The contract is master.
Okay.
So
right from the
yeah, so we can sub-franchise here in Singapore, but we are the master.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And how many do you need to sell?
Like no, the outlets.
Yes.
Currently, we have 3 outlets now, and the founder already gave us like a go, you know, like a go signal that we can accept sub-franchises, and we are very grateful because we receive a lot of inquiries, and we don't even need to market it out because those who are who
Say
want
that part again, because ding, 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 I cannot cut.
okay,
Yeah.
those who wants to become sub-franchisees are those customers
Yeah.
who try the brand and they believe that 𝐒𝐤𝐿 has a potential, you know, to be a well-known avocado dessert
Yeah.
in Singapore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you being a master franchisor for international, does that mean that if let's say someone from Malaysia or Indonesia, they want a franchise avocadoria, they have to go through you?
No.
No, it's
Okay.
We only manage Singapore.
Okay.
So for
it's only
those who
Singapore.
wants like other countries, they need to. But we usually get
Yeah.
inquiries, and we usually refer them to the head office.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And cut yourself, right? How did you end up with this like snack fitness? You know?
Okay, maybe a bit about my background.
Yes.
I've been working in fitness industry for about 20 years, 20 years. And all along I've been an employee. I've always loved the fitness line. At some point, I even went back to my secretarial job.
Okay.
But just 2 months and I'm out again.
She just cannot tahan.
Yes,
Right?
I'm the very active type. I can't sit down, and I love to meet people. I love networking, and I love to see people changing their life structure. Like they don't have motivations and all that. So I've been jumping around for a few fitness centers. So have stayed like one brand for about 5 years. And then I became an employee in Snap Fitness. So while I was running Snap Fitness at Woodlands AAA Plaza, I was like happy, I was like enjoying the brand.
Yeah.
It's a different community that the master franchise Noah actually bring into Singapore. And that makes me more eager to become a franchisee.
Okay.
So definitely there are goods, there are the easy and the
which we will talk about, right?
Yes.
But what's so different? I mean, you said that
You're
it's a bit different, from other.
First and foremost, I love red. The color attracts me.
Wow, Reggie, that's why you wear it today.
Yes, we vibing.
Yeah, and of course the different community that Snap Fitness has actually attracts me. That makes me want to become.
Can you share a little bit more? How is it different? Because to me, a gym is a gym. I mean, that's how shallow I am.
Yes,
okay?
I am. Yes, I understand.
She just said I'm shallow. Yes. But yes.
Sorry, what I mean is.
How is it different? Yeah, give me some idea.
There's a lot of gyms in Singapore. As you know, after the COVID, people are more engaged into their health. Then they are more understanding of what they need to do. They're willing to spend on their fitness, and they just need motivations. And the community in Snap Fitness, the branding, we are here not to compete, but we are here to bring additional values to the neighborhood. So for my side, I would target neighborhoods near residential, easy for those gym goers. It's like touch and go.
Yeah.
You work out, go back. Either you work out, shower, go back, sleep. The next day, or you want to wake up, work out, shower, go to work. So it's like a cycle of life. So the community that we had in Snap Fitness really, really makes me feel that I need to be out there to create the awareness, health, especially I'm coming to my 50s.
Okay.
Yeah.
You look young, huh?
Oh, thank you.
Cheesy line,
No, but
cheesy
I'm
line.
not.
It works. But it's correct. Yes.
So, basically the the difference in the gym is actually the community. How you want to pull the crowd, how you want to get people into fitness, and tell them what is the value that they can go ahead. You're going to exercise not for now or tomorrow. It's actually for your 70 or your 80, whether can you shower by yourself? Can you wear your clothes by yourself? Can you also even go to the market? So especially like women.
Okay.
So to me, it's very important.
Okay.
More also educational towards the members.
Okay. And the zoning situation, right? Okay, because I know the fitness franchise has very strict zoning rules, right? And I want to understand, like, where are you in your zone, and like what is the usual structure as a single franchisee, right? Like what is your area of, this is mine,
Okay, one good thing I like about this Snap Fitness, they basically understands the value of franchisee.
Yeah.
So they would rather have one franchisee owning a few outlets. And also, definitely there's a distance, it's about 2 km away. And definitely for me, the outlet is very important. Where I have now is Snap Fitness Potong Pasir. There's no Snap Fitness around. Definitely there's like 2 kilometers away, there's another Toa Payoh. But being a franchisee, you don't have to worry, because my aim was different. I cater to those staying around Potong Pasir.
Okay.
So the retention is better. Yeah, so definitely I will have some other outlets coming in, but majority of my members are staying around there.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to know the challenges as franchisees. For you, you are a single franchise, right? And for Maria, you have actually a few franchise. But back in Philippines, you actually franchise a few first. I want to know what are the challenges that you face as a franchisee.
Actually, how big is the brand in Philippines?
Bro, 100 over outlets bro, in Philippines.
Wow.
200?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
200 is still small.
Yeah, because
in the franchise,
Philippines.
Because you got to look at Jollibee.
Yes, 1,000.
But I mean, if you talk about the age, Jollibee is older.
Of course.
𝐒𝐤𝐞𝐿𝐤 is very new. The founder started it last 2018. So it's only like 7
years.
Yeah.
Fast growing.
Yes. Because, I mean, in the Philippines, Filipinos love avocado.
Okay.
We love to put like milk, sugar with the avocado fruit. And she was able to make it like a well-loved ice cream dessert. And during the time when I franchised it, it was 2020 pandemic.
Yeah.
But they are already in place, and there are quite a lot of franchises. So It's very straightforward, and it's like we are just serving like drinks and ice cream. It's the operations are in place. So in Philippines, it's totally different. Like manpower is not a problem. The rental is not too high. And when I brought it here in Singapore, so 360 degrees, like wow, So that are the challenges now, and but I'm grateful because of my experience, and I have a supportive husband, and we both have experience in F&B, so it really helped a lot. It helped a lot for us to start Avocadoria here. And, the main office is also very supportive. But Singapore government also very supportive with, when you open a new business, SME, they give grants. But the challenges definitely is manpower and rental. And we just want to make sure that, we remain profitable, to make sure that we will be here for longer, period of time, and will be able to accept sub-franchise. And alhamdulillah, we are still here, doing better, and getting a lot of inquiries. But for me, it's very important to really know your business, profit and loss, what you can control, what are the fixed costs. And I am grateful for my experience. Because running an F&B is really, really, everybody knows that it's not easy. But if you are, if that is your passion, and you want to, be able to bring a good brand in Singapore, like being able to, let the customers experience something new and healthier version of desserts, then you'll be able to make it. Yeah.
Okay. Tell me more. What's the setup? How does it look like? What's the PSF? My square feet?
Usually we just need like around 150 to 200. Okay. But we also realize that the malls, even if you want to go in, they don't have that size.
Yes.
So we really need to adjust. Like, for example, we want to go in a big malls, but they have like only like 300, 400, and we need to pay higher. So it will always depends, because we are also being practical. We don't want to go in and just, whack it out, knowing that we cannot make it. Like, we will suffer. Because we want to make sure that we will be able to rent a good rental rate, and making sure that we are profitable, because that's our main goal.
Of course.
So we don't want to like expand, open so many outlets, and then like I have 10, but 5 is not making making money, and at the end of the day, you don't have so much money to burn. So we learned a lot, and then we just want to make sure that if we open for sub-franchisees, we want to make sure that we will help that sub-franchisee to have to make it profitable. We don't want to promise bed of roses, but as a master franchisee, we want to make sure that we will guide them, we will help them, because we learned a lot from our mistakes. When we open this and that, we don't know yet our market. So
what do you learn? Tell me more. When you first bring it in,
when I bring it in, we learned that it doesn't mean that a place how do you call that? There's a lot of
busy.
It's a busy place.
High footfall.
It's high footfall, but it's not our market. It's high footfall, but what's the how do you call that, the purchasing power of the market?
Okay.
Yeah, does it fit your brand?
Yeah.
So we really learned from that. Like, okay, so we want to make sure that, when we accept sub-franchisees and we open in a location, we want to make sure that that market fits the brand.
Okay. So what have you observed? What are some potential locations that fits the brand?
Like those areas with younger adults, like family adults, based a young we really want to be in the waterway, because they really fit our brand. those who are open to try new brands with not really higher purchasing power, but they can really be able to accept the pricing that we have. Although for us, it's like our price is really like value for money. Yeah, knowing that we offer avocado.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because usually avocado dishes are usually expensive, Like there's a lot of avocado brunch places.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the price is always very high.
Actually, the profit margin is very thick.
But for your case, you mentioned your price is more competitive, so I don't think that's the case, right?
Yeah, and we even encounter customers who even told us that it's really value for money. It gives them happiness.
Okay.
That motivates us.
Okay. Okay. Come. Tell me a little bit more then. So she brought in small franchise, got to figure out the business. You were already kind of in the industry for a while, and then you joined this brand. How did that process look like in Potong Pasir? I'm your potential neighborhood, just saying.
Oh, really?
So you work harder.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Tell me about it. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, in Singapore, the rental is a bomb.
Yes.
But definitely.
How big is the space, if you don't mind?
I think it's about 4,003.
Oh.
And I have an additional studio for classes.
Oh, additional studio.
Yes. So
in the same unit, or
yes, just next to it.
What's
so
your
it's
PSF?
at a mall. Yeah, it's
if you
at
don't mind saying, how much
total PSF?
How much you have to spend a month on rental? Crazy, Okay.
All right.
4,000.
Yeah, it's definitely the area is very good. It comes with a price. So we spent about 1.2 million on the whole thing, and we did it in 2 months to make sure that the renovation and all that. Definitely there will be some hiccups here and there. You got the space, but there are certain things popping up. Sprinkler not working, aircon is having problem, this and that.
Yeah.
And I am the type where I want this date to be open. So I'm like working every day with the contractors. Every day I'm at the site just to make sure that things are going well, to be on time. And also there's pre-sales and all that. So member acquisition in that 2 months. And I'm happy, Alhamdulillah. I managed to open on time. Machines, the equipments came in on time in Singapore. So that's one of the toughest thing. You order your equipment, whether they can come in at the right time to be open at the date that you wanted. So everything has been smooth. The hiccups are just small because being in this industry, there's just not peanuts for me. Because I've been doing opening and starting from scratch for owners. I was an employee. So now being a boss myself, I find that it's the same. It's just that you fork out your own money lah. And you have to ensure.
Then that is different already. Right?
Yes, and I want to bring different to the community. That's where I have classes, and the classes are complimentary. What kind of classes I want to bring in, and besides the 24 hours accessible in Singapore and worldwide, what does Snap Fitness can do and all that. So we have PT packages, we have classes and all that. So that's the different attractions I have for my outlet. So definitely there are a lot of gyms outside there. It's how you want to push your marketing as well. And I'm already also active on my medias, Instagram, Facebook. I did myself, and I have a marketing guy helping me, and my whole team. There's about 5 of them. Trainers and all that.
Okay. Can you share with me a little bit more about pre-sale, right? Because I think the pre-sale business is super important in the gym.
It is.
So I just want to understand, like, y'all must give me some juice, lah, right? If it's all marketing statement, then there's nothing, right?
Okay. During the pre-sale, usually during my pre-sale is a bomb. When I do the gyms, like I used to be in Fitness First, Anytime Fitness, but when I came to Point Center, the prospect do not want pre-sale. They want to see the gym first.
Oh.
And
because it's a new brand.
Yeah,
there's
it's
no feel around it.
Yeah,
right?
so they want to, because some are skeptical. Are you going to close down and all that? What will happen? Yeah. So you are there to actually educate them, to also give them assurance. We are here for a long term. That's one of the reason when you have a premise, you have to ensure you get a longer term so that you can get back your ROI. Yeah, that's in business, yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the business.
Yeah, so especially if you having a bigger square feet and what do you have and how many members to break even and all that. So being a owner, that's your first step. When you're going to break even, what you're going to do, how you're going to push your marketing. So everything is like rojak there.
Yeah.
So we work well with the team. One thing, as an owner and experience in fitness, I also do trainings as well to my team. It is very important to make sure the brand, we follow what the master franchise have given the guidelines and all that. This is to ensure throughout the whole process. Right now, Snap Fitness have reaching 10 outlets already within the 2 years. And I also looking into opening with my partners like about 5 outlets.
Wow.
Yeah, so we are looking into other outlets as well. But for Pasir, so far we opened since April.
Okay.
Things are good, moving there. But of course, I will need time to break even because of my rental, manpower. Of course, in Singapore, manpower is the major issue.
Yeah.
Whether you want to get a good team, you want to pay well, you want to pay less, you pay peanuts, you get peanuts.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, so it's very important what value you look into hiring a team. For me, customer service has to be tip-top in my gym. And one of the days you can come in and do a trial. We do have trial. We always make
because
sure.
I'm within the 2 kilometer
Really?
target range.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
You want to do a trial, you invite me.
Okay.
Yeah, come. All right. So we, as a person in fitness, I always feel that in Singapore, although they are young and they are mid-range or older, people are still skeptical into fitness.
Yeah.
If I eat, I exercise tomorrow, so I die. That kind of thing, you know. So how are you going to change the mindset of these people? And looking at their achievement, when they come and say, oh, I never exercised for 20 years and coming to your gym, I feel better. Oh, I should have been doing this for the past 20 years. So it makes you feel more, you want to give it to the community. So the community that you want to bring in that area is the push. So individual franchisee have to have this mindset.
What's your estimated break-even point? How long?
Break even?
Yeah.
3 more months?
2 more months.
2-3 months. 3 more, yeah. So, but of course, it really comes with a hard work. Usually, first 6 months of the opening, you got to be very active, especially your medias. What do you have? What do you want to bring in for the members? Because members paying and they expect also what are the benefits they have besides the 24 hours access.
Everybody have 24 hours.
Yeah, nowadays
Yes.
everybody. Yeah.
True. Whether they want to commit. You know, they always say, sorry, Nuri, I got no time. I say, we are open 24 hours. It's only half an hour or 1 hour a day. So I always pitch this. It's working. Yeah, so far I think challenging, but I'm loving it. It's my passion in fitness.
You talk about manpower. Both of you talk about manpower, and it's actually very clear for a lot of people that FNB, manpower is one of the biggest issues because mainly the hours that you are working. And I also have a friend working in one of the gyms in Singapore. Also mentioned about the working hours. Like, is there anything that you can learn from the main franchise owner or where the business actually come from in terms of how to manage this aspect in terms of the manpower challenge, like the long hours?
For me, because my experience as I used to manage before I became an entrepreneur, so I used to manage F&B restaurants. And you know what I've learned is that when you hire staff, usually we have this like win-win situation. And you know, we have staff for more than 2 years now, and I have learned that you need to give way.
So what is win-win?
They would tell me like, Maria, is it possible like if I become a full-time, can you give me at least like once a month weekend off for me to spend with my family, and I can give that. You know, it's a way of letting your people to feel that you understand them, and making sure that you also give them family time, and even like during special days, we want to make sure that like even if they are working in F&B, they still won't really sacrifice so much. And the load of work, we also notice that in Avocadoria, it's not like heavy work. So we have staff who like resign and then came back, realizing oh, okay,
It's worse elsewhere.
Yes. Yeah, we have. And now we realize, okay, just to make sure that even if it's an F&B, we want to let them feel that they are family. They can talk to us directly. We don't give like, really like, hey, hello, we are the owners. We don't want them to feel that. We also help them. We do bottlenecks just to make sure that, we want to let them feel that we are the owners, but we are with you, and we are open for feedbacks. Because we value those staff who really are with us during the time that we opened, we are struggling, and then until now. Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And what about Nori? Because my friend that I told you about, he's working with another gym. He is telling me that he have to work 6 days a week, and for the salary that he got, I was like, I pity him a lot lah.
Is
But,
he in the gym industry?
Sorry?
Which gym industry?
Which
24/7?
I cannot say lah.
No, 24.
Your
It's
competitor.
24 hours. Oh, competitor.
Your
Then I know
competitor.
already.
Can't spin around lah. Right? 20 over years,
Well,
try every gym.
yes.
So I know. You say I know already.
Okay, so for me, I love work-life balance. Singapore is very stressful.
Yeah.
However, it's how you manage your life. So for me, my team, every Sunday is off day for all the full-timer.
Okay.
Why? I want you all to refresh. And if it's a Saturday, it's a 4 hours. I follow MOM rules. I don't want to go beyond, and you want to open a business, then you end up in trouble.
Yeah.
So I always make sure my team has enough sufficient rest. Definitely, if you are a trainer, your hours will be over. But at times, as a owner, you have to check on your team. Take care of your team, they will take care of your business.
True.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, like what she says, win-win situation. If you let them work and you're not asking even a single question or just a simple gesture of have you had your lunch, have you had your breakfast, it's very important to you, to your team. So even me and my partners, they come, hey, I got soya bean for all of you. So people don't expect, but it's small gesture, like coffee and all that, especially me, I have to have coffee. So I just find that you must ensure with the pay you're paying them, is it your staff willing to sacrifice? But of course, if you're taking care of your staff welfare, they will go to extra mile to do for you. Okay, you don't have to worry. Yeah, so it's just both sides lah. You have to like staff taking care of the business, we're taking care of them, their well-being, and how you want to operate being an owner. It plays a part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then tell me a little bit about this whole like smaller franchise situation, right? Like you don't get a lot of support. Your franchisor probably is then busy doing whatever that they need to do.
Yeah.
So what is the kind of realistic expectation when somebody joins a smaller brand? And I think there is some realistic expectation on this front. Don't tell me like, oh, my brand very supportive, everything's supportive. Come on, right? So like if it's a smaller outfit, there's only so much that your brand partners can do, your master franchise can do, or even your principal, they can do for you. And of course, that's why the fees are usually lower, the structures are usually, more negotiable and all that, right? So just help me understand, like, what is a realistic expectation when you work on a smaller brand? Like compared to the bigger competitors lah. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. It's a bit hard knowing that, we are a smaller brand and some potential customers are still skeptical. But the good thing also is like we know that we just need to be more, how do you call that? You know, like nowadays, like you need to make sure that you have to feel the presence of your brand in IG, TikTok, F&B. You know, these
Yeah.
are free.
Yep.
So we just want to maximize and make sure that, you know, even if we need to set aside our fund for marketing, we also collab with those, you know, food bloggers and make sure that the brand will create awareness to our potential customers.
How much do you spend on marketing then?
Marketing for me, I usually set aside around 5%
Okay.
of the revenue.
Of
Yeah.
5%.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I believe it's very important, especially for a small brand like
Yeah.
us. But it do helps. You know, when we see customers, oh, I saw it at TikTok.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it at FB. I saw it at IG. And then I learned that, you know, Singaporeans are more on IG. Filipinos are more on FB.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we also need to learn, like, where do they, you know, which one they prefer to be.
Yeah. Welcome to the game.
Yeah, and TikTok. Yeah, and also we approach those like banks, you know, like collab with them, give discounts, and it's like a win-win situation for us. The brand is getting you know, awareness, as long as we give them discounts, like those who have like DBS, PUSB, like that. So it's a win-win situation, and we are trying to maximize what are the opportunities that we can do to make the brand well known, and at the same time, it won't cost us so much as a small brand.
Yeah, yeah. That's the reality of the game,
Yes,
right? Okay,
yeah.
okay. And just now you were saying about the 300 square feet problem, right? So
Yeah, because it's,
yeah.
for us, it's a bit big.
Exactly.
Yep,
So what do you do about it? Like, how do you rework your structure?
It depends also on the mall, because sometimes, for example, we had a bigger store at Bidok Mall. So
Okay.
yeah, my husband is into property also. So we were able to, you know, the malls can just like, you know, we can meet up in the middle.
Yeah.
You know, even if it's a bigger space for us, but if they are willing to accept our offer for the rental, and then we can get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we learned that, you know, when the mall
you
offer
don't-
this,
Yeah.
you also need to counter offer
Yeah.
in
yeah.
a way that you will both meet in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, for the new brands, for the, you know, SME, and just learn how to, you know,
Negotiate.
counter offer,
hard.
negotiate.
Okay.
That is very important.
Yeah, yeah.
Because if they believe that, you know, your brand has a potential, they can let you in.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
just so I understand, you did not change your menu item, you did not change your logistical setup. You know, it's just just a bigger space. We'll put more product. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Fair. Yeah. And Kak, how about you?
Okay. One good thing is I worked with the master franchise before I became an owner. So I know how they support me being an employee, being the I see how they run as a master franchise, although they are new and they have good ideas. So the master franchise, very young, handsome, my Mr. Noah. So I think he's here. So one of the things, he was my boss. I was the club manager. I was managing the club, right? And he was giving me the ample support that I want, and I don't get like I message, he reply me in 1 month, no. He gave the full support even as a franchisee, easy, because there is a guideline for franchisee. There's this platform for you to get all the information, all the guidelines, even the marketing things that you need to use, it's all there. So it's very transparent, and I just find that in every businesses, if you're a business owner, you got to do something, you got to step up more.
Yep.
Yes, you have support from master franchise and all that, but what do you want to do for your outlet? So what do you want to bring in? What kind of vibes you want to
So
bring?
what do you do besides what your master franchise support you?
I've got a marketing team come in.
Okay.
I want to do
So that is
different
extra on top of it.
Yes, and definitely what you want to do. You want to do a complimentary workshops for the members.
Yeah.
What kind of activities you want to do? for members' retentions, besides them coming just for the gym, do collaborations, marketing tie-up with nutritional cafes and all that.
These are your own initiative,
Yeah.
not a master franchise arrangement.
Yeah, they give some samples. They did some samples. They put a benchmark for us to start, and I believe experience also plays a part.
Yeah.
I mean, this industry and what I want to catch. I've been through many pre-sales booth startups, so I'm there.
No, it's true. And you were in fitness before you did your own fitness franchise. You were in F&B before you did your own F&B franchise. And I think that is the thing that is so not discussed.
Yes.
Right? Because there are so many working professionals, bankers, lawyers. They come out and they want to do like a fitness franchise, and they freak out after they just you mean it's like that, right? Yeah. So shout out to all of you. I know we are our listeners, right? So you can tarik a bit, figure out, see what works for you, right? And then ultimately, I think it's about finding the mechanics and the opportunity for yourself, lah.
Yes.
Right? Whatever works. So okay, with that, I think that wraps up our segment now. Right, I hope you enjoy yourself, and ultimately, if you are still around, we have a few more hours. Come down, look for us, look for your favorite franchise options, and we hope that you can essentially find the next thing for yourself and exit the rat race, lah. So with that, that's it for this stream. We'll see you in a few minutes. Take care. Bye bye.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the TFC Business Show live at FL Asia 2025.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder. And you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompts directly into Base 44. It gives me
Check on the microphone again. There we go. Good to go. Okay, we're rolling. And welcome back to the TFC Business Show live at day 3 of Franchising and Licensing Asia 2025, brought to you by the Financial Coconut Network. And remember, today is our final day over here at FL Asia 2025. So don't miss your chance to catch these live conversations before we wrap up. Before we begin, we'd like to thank our amazing sponsors who have powered this show. Number 1, we have PTIX, a global event discovery and ticketing platform connecting people to unique experiences worldwide. Up next, we have Commune for the beautiful furniture where make our guests and our hosts sitting comfortably and welcoming, and all these furnitures that you're looking at on set right now. And of course, we have Fraction Design Studio for this modular, reconfigurable, and sustainable stage build over here. And thanks to City Music for powering all our professionals' sound equipment, and from microphones to mixers and speakers. And thank you to Aperture to keeping our stage bright and professional with world-class lighting. And I want to thank 𝐸𝐸 for bringing us their Sacha Inchi Tea and Superfoods proudly from Sarawak. And we want to thank Smiley, our corporate gifting partner, for the tote bags and notebooks you see at our booth over here. Thank you all of you for making the TFC Business Show live at FL Asia 2025 possible. Now, at 2:10 p.m., coming out in less than 10 minutes time, our next session is about alternative food sources driving businesses' profitability. Joining us is Yuan Sheng, the COO of Ultimate Nutrition, Singapore's first insect protein snack company. He will be sharing on how alternative food sources like insect proteins are creating new opportunities for profitability, sustainability, and innovation in the F&B industry. And a reminder, we are live over here at Marina Bay Sands and Expo Convention Center, over here at booth AD37. If you're nearby, come grab a seat and join us in the next segment, only here with us at the TFC Business Show live at FL Asia 2025. I'll see you guys over here.
Hello, testing, testing.
Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone.
Hi, hi. Testing, testing, testing.
Okay.
Oh,
3 more minutes. Okay. Okay.
So I think he's going to feed you an insect. But
You want in or not?
I'm going
Welcome back to TFC Business Show live at Franchising Licensing Asia 2025. I'm your host Reggie, aka your Chief Financial Coconut, and I'm joined with Judson, my co-host.
I'm the occasional co-host and free labor to
quite a bit of more than occasion already.
Still occasional.
It's
It will always be occasional.
Yeah, we are on this journey of like trying to like pass the baton. And like, I don't want the baton.
Don't want.
I come once a while only.
Yes, once a while. Only for today.
Yes, you will see more. You will see more of some of what we are doing on TFC Business Show, and this is actually our second last panel for the day. You want to siu kang already? Everyone very tired. But yes, if you are still on your way to the Marina Bay Sands, please come to the convention center. Come to booth AD37 and say hi. Check out where we are and some of our partners around. Okay. But for this stream, this particular panel, we're gonna spend the effort to talk about alternative food sources. Right. I think the whole idea is to help businesses stay relevant because. As we all know, anything is a demand supply. Once something gets very popular, like at first was fish skin, right? Then after that become matcha, right? So anything that once gets damn popular, your margins will shrink because cost of goods will fly. Everybody bids it up, right? So I think for a lot of entrepreneurs, especially in the food, F&B type of space, right, there's a constant pursuit for new ingredient sources to stay relevant, make sure your businesses, stay healthy, right? So that's kind of where we are going with. And today we are going into the nooks and the crannies of what is interesting.
Yeah, this one today I think is usually it is more about got a lot of supply then try to create demand. This one is supply have then try to create demand, but I think the supply, right, nobody will compete with this person.
For now lah,
yeah,
for now.
Monopoly already.
Yes. So for audience that don't know you, could you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Yuan Sheng, and I'm the co-founder of the company that produces insects into turning them into food for human consumption. Yep. And later, stay tuned for a special event where I'll get Reggie to taste some of my insects. Yeah.
Thank goodness I'm vegetarian.
All this is horrible, right? All started from Borneo, right? All the KK video with the sago worm has
correct.
Let go of everything. Yeah, and supposedly we have Jace from Prefer Coffee, right? But he couldn't make it today. I think they're also doing some interesting stuff to try to keep the coffee trade going without having the prices inflate.
Correct.
Right? So
actually, I know a little about Prefer Coffee. I can share it because
yes, please. Since he's not around, right? You say whatever you need to say about.
I've been hearing his speech multiple times in different events or pitch competitions. Prefer is a company that turns, some food alternatives into coffee flavors using precision fermentation techniques, and like getting something like the Prefer Coffee, which tastes like your kopi or kopi with milk, which can be caffeinated or uncaffeinated. Yeah.
And so actually, something else that's very interesting. Have y'all tried like dates? The seed of the dates.
Seed of the dates.
How do you?
They
grind it.
They roast the seed of the dates and then they grind it, and then it has a coffee / tonic kind of taste. It's quite interesting also. Yeah. Next time we can have more. So I think that forms the vein of this discussion, right? Which is all these interesting new food sources, always seeking for the next thing. Yeah. So maybe to set the ground, it's a little bit of a founder story situation.
Why insect? I think that's the biggest question.
Why insect? Why you do this?
Actually,
why you so weird?
Why insect?
No, it's completely fine. It's completely fine. No. Don't worry. I entered this business, I expected everything. Like I started having this term called insect man, this terminology.
Really?
Yeah, because it's firstly unusual. Like I want to bring this insect concept of consumption into Singapore, right? And how many of Singaporeans truly eat insects? We'll just think about cockroach and like, your parents will just say things like, I got a lot of ants on your table. You never, cause your table dirty. The perception of, unhygienic, dirtiness ties towards insects. And why is someone like me bring insects to the table for Singaporeans? Yeah. The main reason
I can't move away from the insect man. I'm trying to see which insect do you look. Okay. Please continue. No, please share your story.
Yeah. So essentially, we started this in Polytechnic, right? Through a entrepreneurship immersion program,
awesome.
Republic Poly. And back then it was the COVID era, food security era, where people were concerned about food shortages, and many startups dive into plant-based proteins, some cell culture meat, but not really in Singapore. Shock meats was around then, and right now they combine with umami meats as well. For us, we wanted to start something, but we didn't wanted to just join in, the bandwagon where everyone just push for plant-based, become another Joe. Whereas we just saw, okay, insects is something that people consume outside of Singapore, and they consume it culturally, like Thailand, Cambodia, even Korea in cans. It's called bodegi or something, yeah. And like we're just wondering to ourselves, why is not Singapore, eating it or taking it into consideration? Which is why we set the goal. Let's be the first company in Singapore to bring in insects for human consumption. That's how it started.
Are you an insect lover? Like you eat insects?
Not really, but I would say that I'm someone who tries food that are interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, my sister would give me pig's ear when I was young. I have no issue with having it. When I see insects out in the market in Chatuchak or Joo-Chiat market in Thailand, I would want to try to see what it tastes like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the whole spectrum of insects, right, which ones are actually edible and good for commercialization? I mean, there are considerations, right, from a food science perspective. Which one, when you grind, and then can absorb the flavor of the mala powder or whatever powder? Which species?
Okay, the thing that I think you should know about is there are over 90 million of edible insects in the world. Right.
90 million.
And out of this whole spectrum, right, Singapore approved 16 species. It's based on how they are regulated.
Very selective.
Very selective. In Thailand, there's over 136 species that are approved. Korea, about, if I'm not wrong, 26 species of insects. So what SFA does is they look into the species, the history of consumption, and how safe they are for human consumption. Yeah.
Okay. So it's not like you randomly select
you can't,
whatever insect that you want to do, right?
Correct.
You look at the list and you're like, okay, how do we go about doing this?
Exactly.
Okay.
And just a disclaimer, do not eat any insects that you find from the floor after listening to this podcast.
Wow, that one need to disclaim.
Yes, correct. Because the insects that are consumed have to be farmed. Yeah, they have to farm. They are
Can you
processed.
educate us a little bit on
Of course,
Yeah,
I'll be happy to.
Yeah,
Yes,
please,
my
please,
role here.
yeah.
So insects have to be farmed to be able to be considered as human consumption, like humans can consume.
Why?
So it goes down from the eggs, how you source the eggs, how you process the eggs into adult, how's the farming processes like, what certifications like your HACCP, your ISOs that really keeps the quality of the insects to make them safe. Because the perception of insects carry diseases is there, and relatively similar to crustaceans like shrimps, diseases can be born in crustaceans as well. Like we eat shrimp like nothing, but less you know, insects are the lobsters on land.
Yeah.
So in generally, insects that are farmed have measures in place to keep them from getting these diseases, and also like they're very, very quick to produce. It takes about 30 days to harvest an insect. Yeah, on scales.
What type of insects do you guys produce?
Right now, we're working with cricket farmers as well as silkworm farmers. We're trying to go.
So you don't produce on your own, is it?
We work with the farmers. We merge with the farmers as well. Yeah, so consider producing our own lah.
Okay. So you have your technology. You do a technology transfer to them. You sign an exclusive. They will sell to you only.
Actually, they are the experts on hand.
Okay.
They are the ones that are already producing insects. It's just that Singapore became an opportunity for them as well, and we want to be the bridge in between.
Okay. So how does that come along from a business standpoint?
Business standpoint, I would say, will you elaborate a little more about what you're finding out from?
They farm the crickets, right? Or they farm whatever insects that you bring in. Then what happens after it comes into, Singapore with you?
Okay. So for business standpoint, the farms that existed in Singapore previously, like the Asia Insect Farm Solutions, Future Protein Solutions, they closed down before the approval came in, which is a shame because SFA did delay the regulations for 2 years, and it's hard to sustain. So for ultimate nutrition, we are more conservative in stance where insects are already consumed in Thailand, like culturally, in China culturally, and what we try to do is keep the production there and have it distributed there, as well as introducing it into Singapore as well as in UK where EU regulations of edible insects are growing.
Okay. So you're really just a distributor, is it?
I would say we distribute and we formulate. Yeah. So the formulation of, we collect data from consumers about what makes them willing to consume insects or what makes them not willing to consume insects. Immediately from your mind, I can say visually should be the number one factor.
I want to know about Singaporeans. So what did the data say about Singaporeans consuming insect?
Okay, I would say that at least 70% of Singaporeans would feel resistance
That's
towards the
correct,
idea of
guys.
eating insects. Yeah.
Uh,
Maybe if I get a show of hands, maybe 3 of them would be intrigued to try, right? Out of 10 people. So that's the data from people wanting to consume novel or interesting foods. Whereas if you bring in enough education about insects, right, their nutrition, the sustainability profile of it, then it can really be like a point of conversion for the people understanding it. Because beef can bring you 23 grams of protein. Crickets can bring you 70 grams, 70 grams of protein. Per 100.
Your protein bars must be selling very well, right?
Our protein bars is our first product that we launch in because we addresses the visual factor and we try to make it healthy by not including sugar and things like that. Yeah, and I would say that right now we managed to secure a partnership with Anytime Fitness as well and things like that.
So I got it wrong. I thought your very first product would have been fried crickets in a bag, but actually it's protein bars.
Tested out, but based on the consumer, like
all of you tuning in, you don't get to see, right? But you must see everybody behind the camera. Their faces like.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, please continue.
Yeah. So,
fried cricket, yeah.
Fried crickets. In fact, we want, based on the data collected, people are visually afraid of eating insects, right? In Singapore especially. So we introduced them protein bar where they cannot see. We collaborated with businesses in Singapore producing cricket ice cream. Like Tung Lok, they make cricket cakes. Several few businesses that want to use this element to integrate protein into their respective recipes.
So when you work with Tung Lok is here anyway lah. So when you work with these partners, right, do you tell them you must put a tiny cricket on the cupcake, or you must, or you leave it to them for presentation?
I would say that they are the ones taking up us in terms of wanting to integrate our insects into their recipes, right? They have the expertise to plate it, and they are the ones presenting to their consumers. So the experts, we leave it to the experts. So for example, when we work with businesses, we tell them that you can potentially use our insects, whether you want to visually show it or not. But I can tell you that Singaporeans are more like less ready in terms of seeing the insects itself. However, it does has an element of some marketing involved. When you put an insect in the food and then capture it, that's how House of Seafood actually drive the marketing through insects.
Because
when they collaborated with us.
You think about it, Singaporeans are quite conservative when it comes to food choices. As in we are food haven, but I think as a local, right, we have our fixed set of go-to regardless of culture. Like when you think of Korean, right, it is always bibimbap, stew, whatever. Even when you go to that country itself, right, be it Thailand or Korea, you still go to those fixed dishes. So in this fixed mindset, right, how do you play? As in, how do you convince people for something so radical? You know what I mean?
How do I convince people? The fact is...
Actually, before you go there,
go ahead.
right, just so I'm clear, you source the crickets or the insects in, and then you do some B2B to supply to the others, right? And then you also run some B2C business where you create your own products and sell. That's the business model.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So with that as a backdrop, please continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. So, repeat your question slightly again.
How do you convince?
How do I convince?
Very fixed mindset Singaporeans to try insects.
What you're discussing about or what you're bringing up about is actually about staple products. We eat cai fan on a daily basis. We eat ban mian, right? How do we convince consumers at this point of view? I would say that right now it's not really much on convincing consumers. We are doing our efforts through driving education in schools. However, convincing business might be key over here, where, for example, you want to work with Italian company that produces pasta. They can integrate, let's say, 10% of the cricket powder inside, and that will bump up the protein content. So using the element of protein, we sell using the idea of, okay, you're increasing the protein of your current food plate just by including a 10% increase in alternative protein inside. And that's how we try to convince the businesses to then deliver to consumers. Yeah.
Okay, so that's a FMCG play lah.
Correct.
Right? It's like you want to do a high protein peanut butter, right? And you put some of that thing in, mix it up.
Yeah, because you are the brand and then you distribute via the
Yes,
B2B.
yes.
Yeah.
Which is actually a
quite genius.
Yeah.
Not bad, lah, not bad. Okay, okay. Then tell me a little bit about your B2C business, the kind of product lines that you guys have created, and that business in general. How do you go about building that?
All right. So first we started out like making our own protein bars, and then this was 4 years back. We have our own formulation and team, and we developed the protein bars. However, when we are thinking about launching to market, shelf life became an issue. So in that case, right, we actually sought towards having food scientists to design something that has no preservative, like relatively cleaner labels, because that's the trend now, and also like flavors that can capture without compromising on the taste and texture, which is our protein bars at first. Next, then we also look into the products that are already out there in the market. For example, the one that I'm going to let you try. I'll just bring out now since we have 20 minutes, right? Yeah, since I'm on it. So this is like Tom Yum silkworms.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
The Koreans eat this.
Yeah, Koreans eat the silkworms in a soup.
They steam it.
Correct.
And then they sell it on the streets also.
This one is roasted. So when you bite into it, right, it will be crispy instead of juicy inside whatsoever thing you can perceive.
Yeah. Oh, you want to open now?
Okay, I open.
Yeah.
This one the post production,
Come. Let me help you.
Handshaking.
I'll help you.
Okay.
So in Singapore we regulate 16. You cover how many already?
For now it's 2. We're trying to bring in super worms as well.
Sorry, what worms?
Super worms.
What's that?
It's like a bigger version of mealworms.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah.
wow, so appetizing.
Yeah, you can smell it first. We tried it during what's that? The insect.
I can smell. I cannot eat.
I can't eat. You can smell.
Very.
What
familiar.
What have I gotten myself into?
Okay, do it like an ASMR.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, I expect a sponsorship somewhere. Better go back and tell your Marcom's team, I expect some sponsor. Water! Give me water!
Yep.
How
is it?
It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a little bit of a taste that I can't kind of pinpoint.
Is it like fried chicken?
I know, that's the taste of the silkworm.
I think that's the silkworm taste itself.
Yes.
It's a bit of a taste. It's not. Yes, please come in. Thank you. Yeah, it's not unappealing. It's just a taste that I'm not used to.
Correct,
right?
exactly.
Yeah. But then of course there's the spices around to kind of make it a bit more palatable lah. So in other words, there's still some consumer education that needs to go into this thing, right? It's not like, oh, this tastes like chicken or this tastes like something. No, it has its own category.
Correct.
For lack of better
It is its own
category.
category.
The people outside are laughing. Oh, yes. It has its own taste. Yeah.
Also, from a product development point of view, right? You went with crickets first. Why do you go with silkworms? And then why next is I forgot the...
Okay, silkworms was actually introduced by our cricket farmer. So we met up with the silkworm farmer, and then we realized that he has been doing this business for silkworms, right? They produce silk, and then there's dual purpose for this insect. So outside of that, the pupa can be used for animal feed, as well as they sell it to the markets in Thailand. And that's where we realized, okay, we can develop this into a snack, which is why we chose to roast them to make them crispy, because the little perception of silkworms, all the worms being gooey and those silky innards, is that, however, this product will change that perception. It's more towards like a peanut with a different taste. Will you agree?
Don't try me in there. But I must say, because I tried the sago worms in 𝐒𝐤𝐿 𝐸𝐵, right? So that one has a bit more body.
Yes.
Like the so-called juiciness to it.
Correct.
There's a gelatinous element to it, but this is very, very dry. Yeah, it's a bit like a crisp lah, essentially. Like peanuts,
Yeah,
I think
correct,
that's a
correct.
fair statement.
Yeah.
Your consumer education right now is through schools.
Through schools like consumer education, like science center partners, they also bring us in. We do exhibition, we do showcases, we do workshops with them, and then they bring in the schools. So we are following up on that, right? Why we thought about that is because I just thought about Milo as an example. Milo is lifetime value for consumers is very long because they are introduced when we were in primary schools. Come down in Milo truck, we'll drink it, and then from then on we love Milo all the way, right? Even right now, consumers at millennials, when they drinking Milo, they still have this fond memory. So that's what we try
Milo
to
truck
bring in.
Milo is different, right?
Milo truck Milo?
It's different from normal
Yes,
Milo, right?
exactly. Yeah.
Yes, it's different.
Yeah.
Yeah, but please continue. Yeah.
And there's also the other company that managed to create this fish skin that you talk about, Irvins.
Irvins,
The story of Irvins and Golden Duck, how they turn a product like fish skin to be something more valuable than the entire fish itself, per se. Yeah. So that's
so much so that the supply chain was bidded up so high that a lot of the smaller fish skin supplier all closed shop.
Correct.
Yeah, this one is a backstory. Not everybody knows.
So those are the stories that I find interesting. They managed to turn a product that is somewhat controversial or like, not to the eye at level you can see its value, but it turned into something valuable.
Yeah.
The same thing goes around with insects as well as lobsters. Back then, lobsters were served to prisoners because there isn't cold chain, right? And when it's introduced to the cities, when cold chain is developed, they market it as a premium food. And similar to that family is insects. The allergens, the concept of eating insects is similar to eating your prawns and lobsters. So, however, there is consumer education now at a certain level. People know much more, and it takes much more towards convincing consumers into saying that, okay, insects are actually healthy for you, insects are high in protein, they are good for the environment.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. But your sale touch point hasn't gotten to like mainstream level.
Yes,
Hasn't gotten
correct.
to like fair price or something. So even your protein bar is still very like what, online sale?
Correct,
How
correct.
does that work?
So right now we're still taking a little more conservative approach because it's a relatively new market, right? And going into fair price cold storage might be something that too quick of a decision because you'll be burning a lot of cash.
Yes, you need to stack.
You'll be burning a lot of cash to introduce something that's not familiar with consumers. So where we're coming from is essentially building something, creating the culture and the education. And
Forcing me to eat worms.
Yes, and you learn a lot more from this experience. Even the sago worms experiencing that. It's an experience when we remember, right?
Yeah, I remember that, not for the good.
But it's smart, right? Because you start them young, just as how POSB started us young, and we all still have POSB account.
Yep.
Right today.
Yeah.
And it's really a unique. You are occupying a really unique niche that nobody would think of going into. Maybe now they will lah, but as of now, you're the kingpin.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. And another thing about me is that I pick insects because they will give me the most amount of rejections. This is more of a growth as a founder. You face the most rejections, you grow the most from it. Yeah, that's why I chose to dive into something that can potentially give me the most learning returns.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what founders tell themselves to feel better about themselves.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, I also will tell myself all sorts of stories. But regardless, you are doing, I think, quite a lot of good stuff, right?
Thank you.
Know, so that is interesting. But actually, can you tell me a little bit more about the product development cycle? Is it all in RP?
No,
You know,
not
like,
all in RP.
How does it work? Because I think for a lot of entrepreneurs, they do need to realize that a lot of our institutions actually have a lot of these R&D capabilities that I think not very tapped into. Right?
Yes.
So help me understand that product development cycle of yours.
I would say that we initially started with Republic Poly being our institute
home
where
lah.
our home where we develop product, and however we also do realize that product development in Singapore can be costly for a startup as well, which is why we look outside of Singapore for these such services. For like your R&D, we got a company from Thailand to develop a few flavors. So at first there were like matcha, milk tea flavors that taste amazing. It's just it didn't really sit well with the healthy. No, it tastes amazing. It's just a little too sweet.
Okay.
Yeah, but if we're marketing it as a health food, as something that's high in protein, we want to make it as clean as possible for people consuming it. People who work out, they are more concerned about the calories, they are concerned about the protein content, they are concerned about all such
On your
relevant.
non-vegetarian days, would this work for you? You take a look. Your
You mean what, in terms of protein content?
Yeah, nutritional content and everything.
That's about 60%.
Yes, it's yes, but I won't.
Okay, please continue.
Yeah.
I might try your protein powder.
Yeah.
No, not protein bar, protein bar. Yeah.
Okay. So that will be for another time because after the showcase at Orchard Heart and Soul, right now we have completely depleted one of our flavors. Currently importing the next batch already.
Yeah. So despite all the grants and all this R&D, thing, you still prefer to do your R&D elsewhere.
Yes, correct. And I would say there are a limited amount of things that you can do as a founder as well. But you know what you want, that's the most important. And the skill set can be outsourced. That's the key important thing that I learned from the many podcasts that I listen to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
Sorry, what podcast do you listen to?
H.
No, tell us
There's
offline.
only one podcast you listen to.
You only
Okay, the financial coconut is one of them. Preparing myself for this interview, right?
Yes.
I was listening to the flow of the conversations that you have with your guests, as well as what sort of questions that you ask to familiarize myself. However, I'm quite big on a few podcasts like Mindset Mentor, as well as the Diary of a CEO.
He's here.
Yeah.
No, not here. He's around.
Yeah, I know he's around. Yeah.
Okay, great. Any last things you want to ask?
So in the future, totally the vegans, the vegetarians will never ever be your customers. Will you actually branch off into plant-based or not?
Actually, I would say that vegans and vegetarians, okay, for people who are vegans because of religion or vegetarian because of religion, we can't really touch on that. However, people who are vegan or vegetarian because of a sustainable practice, they want to be more sustainable, this can be a reason to tap onto.
You're talking about the flexitarians.
Flexitarians.
God, really have this category.
Yes.
Occasionally,
Correct.
1 week, a few times, then become vegetarian.
Okay.
For sustainability, yes.
Okay. Maybe last part. What kind of growth plans then are you all going with? Like your big strategies.
The big strategies, I would say that driving up demand is the most key important thing over right now. Going into many more business collaborations to develop more unique items, so that consumers can have more exposure to these products. Eventually, we want to mainstream this product, like following the footsteps of Irving's and all that. However, I can foresee like it will be a longer game, and I see indications from governing agencies from multiple regions throughout the whole world that they are considering insects to be a potential source of food already. EU, Japan, like many countries are looking into insects as a source of food, and there's a reason for it.
Okay, great. That's good to know. If our audience would like to connect with you, where's a good place to connect?
You can find me on LinkedIn, 𝐒𝐩𝐞𝐚𝐤𝐞𝐫𝐬, that's my name, or you can just look at our website, ultimatenutrition.com. You can just contact us via there as well. Yeah, we run workshops. So
I let you plug.
Okay, can sell some kopi or tea over here. We run workshops to educate. Let's say you're in a business, you want your team to try out some insects. You can definitely get us on. We'll teach you guys and let you guys experience something like what he have. And also for schools, right, it's important to driving this education to our younger audiences, because they will be the ones consuming all these alternative proteins, alternative foods in the future.
Yeah. You know what I was thinking when you said that? That if I sign up for that, half my team will send me letters. Okay, thank you, all the best.
No, actually not really. We did some production.
Just kidding. Yeah. Some of us are quite adventurous. We do try a lot of stuff. Right, so I wish you well. I think it's a frontier. I definitely believe that it's an endless cycle of looking for the next food source. That's what keeps a lot of the businesses viable and staying relevant, right? So I think for a lot of SME tauques, whether you're new to business or whether you've already been around, you run a cupcake store somewhere, you do some sort of a F&B, you do different experiential tours. I think a lot of these SME tauques can explore this as a new frontier, right? To engage on multiple levels and tied to their product line. This is not sponsored. I'm not saying it has to be them, but it's just a continued pursuit of new sources. Right?
Yep.
So, okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
With that, we'll take a break and we'll come back to you in a few minutes. And if you are still coming in, there's 2 more hours left to the whole Franchising Licensing Asia. Come to booth AD37. We'll see you around. Meanwhile, take care. Bye-bye.
YouTube Premium, enjoy ad-free videos, plus the YouTube Music app. One subscription,
And welcome back to the TFC Business Show live at Day 3 of Franchising and Licensing Asia 2025, brought to you by the Financial Coconut Network. And just a reminder, today is the final day of Franchising and Licensing Asia 2025, and the exhibition over here will be open all the way until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So if you haven't yet, be sure to check out the exciting franchise and business opportunities around the hall and come over and watch us for the last segment of the live show over here. Before we begin on the final segment of the show today, we would like to give one more big round of thank yous to our sponsors who made this stage possible. First of all, we would like to thank PitTix, the global event discovery and ticketing platform connecting people to unique experiences worldwide. Up next, we have Commune for the beautiful furniture that has made our stage warm and inviting, and also Fraction Design Studio for designing this modular and sustainable stage built right behind me. And then we have City Music for powering our sound with microphones, mixers, and speakers. And up next, we have Aperture for the professional lighting that kept our stage bright and clean and clear. And up next, we have Ginho with their Sacha Inchi Tea and Superfoods, proudly from Sarawak. Up next, we have Smiley, our corporate gifting partner for the tote bags and notebooks you've seen at our booth. And come over and join us for a business survey. You get to be able to bring them home. Thank you once again to all our partners for making the TFC Business Show live possible over here at Franchising and Licensing Asia 2025. Now, for our final session of the show at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we're going to talk about the F&B profitability formula. Moderated by Reggie, our Chief Financial Coconut, and Judson from our TFC Business Show, this panel features Jensen, the CEO of Staff Annie, a workforce management platform built for F&B and retail. Jensen will be sharing what it really is and what it really takes to drive profitably in the F&B industry today, and how smarter workforce management can help to transform the bottom line of your business. And remember, while this is our last TFC Business Show live over here for the session today, this expo continues to be here until 5 o'clock. So stick around, explore, and make the most of your final hours over here at Franchising and Licensing Asia 2025. I'll see you guys later at 3 o'clock.
Mic test, mic test. Could you hear me? Sound loud and clear.
Welcome to TFC Business Show live at the Franchising Licensing Asia 2025. This is the last session. Woo! 我要放钢了, yeah, but this is the last one. If just so happen you're on the stream, I know a lot of you want me to eat more insects. You come to the to the booth 8037. You take a photo with us, or maybe I will consider having one insect. My producer is laughing, but yes. So this panel, I think it's a very, very important one, and it's a fireside chat, and I wanted to take this opportunity to try to understand what some of the leading F&B businesses are doing to stay relevant, to stay up to date, and what are some ideas around, right? So today I'm in studio, and I'm on set, together with our friends from Staff Annie, right? For our audience that don't know you, could you introduce yourself?
Hello, everybody. I'm Jensen, co-founder of Staff Annie. Been in the business for about 7-8 years, and our main reason why we are in this business is to help businesses make more money at the end of the day. And how do we help businesses make more money? It started off with my own personal problem when I was operating a bar. It was damn difficult to manage hourly workers. It's damn difficult to manage labor costs. There must be a better way to deal with it. And then lo and behold, we start the company Staff Annie as student entrepreneurs, and we never look back. So right now we serve mainly food and beverage and retail businesses, and what we do at Staff Annie is to give them a tool to better manage your labor costs in real time without waiting for payroll season, without waiting for when the numbers are all already booked, a time where you can make adjustments so that you can stay on top of the game, be profitable, and run your business really well.
Okay. Any more? I'm going to send an invoice.
Super.
But yeah, but I heard about the founding story because I met some of your co-founders, right? So the bar is no longer around, right?
No longer around.
No
Sticky
bandwidth
fingers
for a bar, right? You're gonna build this like platform is a lot. It's very intense.
Surely, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, great. And I mean, I wanted to get you guys in a lot of times to try to understand between your network, right? How are people running their businesses? What are the best in class practice? Because the backdrop, right? Things are closing down. Inputs are getting higher. Everything is struggling. So many media outlets have covered this, right? But I think it will be good to try to understand from a what's working, point of view. Yeah. So help us understand the lay of the land.
Right. So for some context over here, we work with thousands of food and beverage locations in Singapore, ranging from large multi-outlet chains that, like, for example, bubble tea chains with 100 outlets, all the way to single mom and pop cafes.
Yeah.
In the entire spectrum over there, operating a food and beverage business is very, very difficult. You have to deal with multiple factors like rent, cost of goods, labor, doing your marketing, hiring, firing people. There's 1,001 things that you're spending a lot of time on. But what we do see is that in this period of difficulty, of course, with the news being the headlines of more outlets closing than not, there's actually some businesses that are doing really, really well. And if you look at some of these businesses, for example, at least on a superficial level, when you talk to like the people running a hot hideout, Ray, or you look at like Chatterbox opening a new outlet at Weave, there are some outlets that are performing really, really well, having good unit economics and thriving. In fact, looking to scale, looking to expand, and looking to do more. So when we look at why certain business thrive and why certain business struggle, I think it boils down into a few factors. Number one, do you actually have a product market fit? What are you selling to your audience? Is that something with demand? Does it taste good? Do people want to come back? Do they have a good experience the way they come back as a retaining customer? And number two, are you set up for scale? Or are you as a business owner bogged down in that venue, everyday trouble with everything from fixing the light to dealing with payroll to even setting up the last, the bakes and the dish and whatsoever? So I think the second part over here on scaling is something that you can control, and it's a mindset that the winners, we see them optimizing and investing early, not so much of like, oh, I have to do it, that's why I do it, but like, hey, I'm thinking of scale, I'm thinking of being like, taking myself out of that one or two, busy work kind of stuff and focus on like important things and good decisions and strategic stuff, and they invest in technology. So that's what we see.
Okay. So tell me a little bit more about this unit economics. There's probably like a formula somewhere, without being too geeky, but just want to understand the framework.
I think when we think about businesses, the most important thing is revenue. And when we think about unit economics on revenue, it's basically your top line, how much money you can generate off your business. In the context of food and beverage and retail is how much sales can you get, right? But to get the sales, there's always operating expenses, marketing expenses, running the business like serving the 𝐒𝐩𝐞𝐿 and stuff like that, and fixed costs like rent, or in some places because of GTO, it's a variable cost, in fact, percentage of your income. So different business model will need different business structure. Like, of course, in a fine dining restaurant, if you go to a Michelin star restaurant, the labor cost is going to be very, very high. In fact, some of them quote their service charge revenue that they share with their employees is higher than the basic salary that they get because of the service they provide. So in that case, cost of labor is extremely, extremely high. But in certain concepts, when we look like a more like kiosk-like concept, QSRs, like today in a franchise show, right, FLA, a lot of the business here are what we call business that need to scale, businesses that are looking for multiple outlets and a repeatable motion, using a lot of technology, hardware, automation. This kind of businesses, then we need to manage things like manpower costing in a more nimble way. So when we look at these three buckets for any brick and mortar business, it's always rental costs, labor costs, and ingredient costs. And you need to manage all of these three such that you have a more positive ROI in your investment and your time.
So how to manage these things?
So traditionally, how to manage, some people will just gut feel. And in that case, then you don't manage what you don't measure, right? So most of the best practitioners out there will have dashboards, will have tools, will have products out there to help with it. So start off with like measuring things like, okay, your point of sale, how's your daily sales looking like? Is there a pattern in terms of the peak and the troughs and like busy period? Is it like weekday, weekend, you know, after crowd hours and stuff like that? Measure your SKUs to find out, hey, I've got this seasonal special, people give 5-star reviews all the time on the Google review, but is it actually moving? Is it actually your top performing SKU or not? Is your top performing SKU your profit driver, or is it more like a lead magnet such that you have other products that are profit driver? So these are the things on the revenue side that you need to manage. In terms of like 𝐒𝐲𝐿, ingredients that go into your food, we also need to measure in terms of how much cost in terms of ingredients we are putting in. And in this case, inventory management software or at least a spreadsheet is really, really important for that. And last but not least, labor. Labor, people think is something that you can't really control. But in today's day and age where people are using a lot more casual worker, part-time worker, and most of the full-time workers are also doing what we call overtime, we need to measure labor costs to the day actually to understand ratios like sales, labor hour ratios, sales versus food cost ratios, so that you know where to tweak and improve your business model according to the way.
So based on the different entrepreneurs that you've worked with, right, which bucket seems to be the least, managed?
Least managed.
Yeah.
So
like the one that it's the most feel what's going on, like poppy like that.
So unfortunately, right, rent is something that you can't manage that much because once you sign the lease, it's more or less a fixed commitment. So you commit. The most you can do is that if your concept doesn't work, then you need to pivot and adjust your concept accordingly. But the other two that you need to manage, and people are not spending as much time managing it, is your inventory and food costs, as well as your labor costs. These are the two things that are actually high ROI, because if you think about it, do you know exactly how many hours of labor are you spending operating your, for example, Ya Kun or Toast Box store versus weekends? Are you able to make some tweaks such that that extra labor is, kept as kept as bottom line P&L? So these are the things that can be implemented really quickly through technology, but people are not really putting in their best in terms of measuring these outputs.
So maybe we zoom in a little bit on the labor part, right? Since that's like, you guys, your bread and butter. How are people not managing it well? And, what would be your advice to managing labor better,
Yeah. So what we advise is that first, people don't manage well by saying that last time I had 5 people on the floor, so I must have 5 people on the floor again. That's not true, because when we look at footfall, when we look at sales, it's very seasonal. F1 versus Christmas versus holiday season versus, when the Malaysia ringgit goes up or go down, that directly affects our people consuming in Singapore. So the assumption over here is that you trust just the team manager to say, based on my experience, it is 5 people today. We shouldn't do that. What we should do is we should measure specifically to the hour block. For example, 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. What's your sales looking like? What's your number of turns you need to respect? And at the end of the day, how many man hours are you actually deploying for your concepts and for your outlet? So you're not able to actually do that if you are using gut feel and WhatsApp and spreadsheets, but you're able to do that if you are using a technological tool that is able to project and calculate your man hours with respect to your sales results in real time. And that's what we suggest, and that's what we see the top quartile F&B businesses investing early in their game.
Okay. And in terms of actually managing the people then, so I'm trying to understand from a employer-employee dynamics, right? Okay, so I'm a business owner, I know, right? Okay, we have X amount of people running across. There's always slack somewhere, and there's only so much you can optimize before it becomes overly fractional. You start to kind of break up the labor structure too much. Then all the other questions of then the loyalty and all these things start to come in, because it's not every day is a heyday, right? So just trying to understand best principles on top of the formulas and the technology. But I totally understand what you're saying, right? But what is the actual pragmatic best practice from a F&B labor or retail labor management situation?
Apart from managing costs, one thing that we need to understand is that these people in your business is actually your revenue driver. Are they upselling your products? Are they sharing the correct products that have the highest profit margin? Are they ensuring the customer come back so that you have a very good customer lifetime value? That is extremely important. So instead of just thinking about cost, which is a very important part, I would like to quote one of my business friend, Yada from 𝐼𝐿𝐴. So one thing that they do is that...
𝐼𝐿𝐴, I grew up with that brand.
Really good brand? Yeah.
Bugis.
So one thing they do that they motivate people, apart from just the cost side of things, is that they do gamification as well as incentivization of the team members. So for example, if you hit your daily sales target, you hit, for example, your 5-star reviews on your Google review on your outlet and stuff like that, they automate gamification incentives so that the staff receive tokens and coins that they can redeem, vouchers, NTUC vouchers, 7-Eleven vouchers, and whatnot. And the idea over here is that can you behaviorally encourage your team members to think like a business owner, to help you generate more revenue, to help you push certain agendas that are important at different points of time. Now, I was talking to the financial controllers of 𝐷𝐸𝐴 Timpo, and one of the things that they do also that's very interesting is that they not only manage KPI based on revenue, they also manage things like staff welfare. Did my entire restaurant have people that have cleared their leave yet by the end of the year? Because they want to make sure that everybody is well rested so that they can fight the harder fights during F1 season, during Lunar New Year, and stuff like that. So I would say your goals as a business leader needs to be communicated effectively with your team members, and if you have a way to manage and track their performance, gamify and incentivize them, then you bring everybody on the same page, on the same goal to achieve the business outcome you need.
Okay. Luckily, the 𝐼𝐿𝐴 never give the 𝐼𝐿𝐴 voucher. How boring would that be, right?
Right.
But anyway, then when it comes to scaling up, right? Because so we're talking about businesses that may not be doing so well, and then these are some of the ideas, right? Then there's another bunch of businesses that are kind of in the middle, where they are doing well in 1 or 2 outlets, and they are trying to scale up. And then as you scale up, all sorts of problems start to come in, right? All sorts of infrastructure that you got to set up. Do you have some insights into this part, or as a business scale, what are some things that are increasingly critical, that you have to consider, and how do you go about doing it?
I
just want to take your brain on that.
Yeah, I think as you scale your businesses and you have multiple outlets and multiple locations and multiple people, key man risks become a very, very important factor to consider. In the past, you can trust one guy, and that one guy can manage most of your processes and all. But with the competitive landscape, with more international brands coming to the local market, and with the job market for such talents getting a lot more intense, poaching and hiring of such key management personnel, KMPs, what we do recommend and encourage is for teams to have a very good succession planning, to understand, number one, do you have someone to replace this super GM when this person leaves and joins another company? Number two, do you have processes in place that is so idiot-proof that anybody can run it even without that key man, so that key man can be, in search for the key man, and you still can run your business as status quo, as a running business unit. So I feel that when we look at businesses that do well, they both plan for succession planning in terms of a human capital perspective, having a good lieutenant, a second person in charge, so that they can grow into the role, and at the same time set up processes such that they don't have to rely fully on just a key man. Because if the key man is not there, then you're all on your own.
Okay, fair. So I think that's end of our stream. We have limited time today, but thanks for sharing. I think there are a lot of insights on that front. You know, if our audience would like to connect with you, you know, where's the best place to go to?
Yeah, the Staff Any team is very active on LinkedIn, so
It's
feel
true,
free to
they are very active.
feel free to reach out to us. And I think the more important thing is that we also do a lot of community events. So feel free to join us, grab a drink, meet people, meet other business owners, and learn directly from operation experts. Not by myself, but everybody in the industry.
Okay, thank you, Jensen. Thank you to the Staff Any team. And with that, that's all for our live stream. This is our wrap. 3 days. You cannot see my excitement. So with that, I will see you. Continue to like, share, subscribe, support the Financial Coconut. We are Singapore's #1 business finance podcast, and that's because of you, right? So continue to support us. We hope to grow and take this further. I know we are already exploring a lot of other potential wider opportunities for us, and we hope you continue to grow with us. So with that, take care. Thank you. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.